Makalima. Yes, I can hear you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi ke uma seshaya amahora amabili ke ayo 10:08 imoto yaseduma futhi ke eduze naseMakhalima eMoroka.
So 13 minutes past 10 we were driving again at Makhalima Street.
Kami tsotso e le some tharo kamra iri ya le some ke mo ile gore lena le be le khwetsa gona mola gausi le Makhalima mileng wala mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 10:30 imoto yahamba ke eduze neMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
At 14 minutes past 6 access idly again at Makhalima Street.
Did you say 14 minutes past 6?
14 minutes past 6, a minute after the one that we just 14 minutes past 10.
Oh,
sorry.
Bare me tsotso ye le some nne kamraga iri ya le some koloi e be e duma gape gona mo Makhalima. That is correct.
Imizuzu ke u14 eshayileke u10 imoto yaduma futhi ke eduze neMakhalima.
19 minutes past 10.
Metsotso ye le some senyane kamraga iri ya le some.
Access idly again.
Gape e tswela pele ya duma le gona mo we. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 10:19 imoto yaduma futhi ke
at 10:34 same situation, same position, access idle.
Metsotso ye le some tharo nne kamraga iri ya le some koloi e sa duma ka yona tsela e uwe gape. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke nango 10:34 imoto isaduma futhi ke kuleyo mgwaqo noma kuleso strata leso.
At 10:39 access idle near Chris Hani Street, Chris Hani Road.
Ya gape
I mean Soweto.
metsotso ye le some tharo senyane kamraga iri ya le some ke ge ile gore koloi ya dima gape gona mo gaufi le mmila wa Chris Hani mo la Dlamini Soweto. That is correct.
Ngo 10:39 imoto yaduma futhi ke eduze neChris Hani Road eDlamini eSoweto.
At 10:44 access idle Moroka, Koma Street.
Ya gape metsotso ye le some nne kamraga iri ya le some ke ge ile gore koloi ya duma gape gaufi le mmila ola wa Koma mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
10:44 imoto yaduma futhi ke eduze neKoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
At 10:46 the ignition is off. You confirm that?
Metsotso ye le some masome nne tshela kamraga iri ya le some le ya dumela gore koloi ile ya timiwa. That is correct, I confirm.
Start city 10:46 imoto yaseyiqishwa ke eduze neMakoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
An hour after that, 11:42, you start up the motor vehicle at Koma Street in Soweto, in Moroka.
Wa feta iri ya re ge nako e se e le 11:42 ke mo e leng gore le dela dumisha koloi mo mmileng wa Koma. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 11:42 imoto yaduma futhi ke istrato noma eduze nestrato iKoma eMoroka eSoweto.
Shortly after that, few seconds, then the ignition was off again at Makhalima Street.
Metsotswana fela kamraga mo we ke ge mo e leng gore ile ya timiwa gape koloi gona mo Makhalima mmileng wa Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Isikhatshana nje sifishane ke muva kwalokho imoto yaqishwa ke eMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
A minute to 12 o'clock, you start up a motor at Makhalima Street in Moroka.
Motsotso ka pele ga gore le tshele kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumisha koloi mo Makhalima mmileng wola mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Umzuzu nje owodwa ke bumbane ihora ke le12 imoto yaduma futhi ke Makhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
At 12 o'clock, you started moving,
Ya re le tshela
driving.
kgomo mokokotlo ke ge lena le thoma le khwetsa. That is correct.
Selbumbene ke ihora le12 imoto yahamba ke eKoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
I just want us to hang up there. I need to clarify certain aspects.
Ba re ba kgopela gore re tshware kana mo we go na le dilo tse ba nyakang gore re di lebelele.
When you booked accused number 2 out at 10 to 5, where was the escort?
Molatofatso wa bobedi ge be le mo booker out ka 10 to 5 ba le latela ba be ba le thusha ba be ba le ka bona
In
Pretoria.
No kopela botse ne re sena escort from Pretoria.
When I remember, we did not have any escort when we left Pretoria.
Umbuzo uthi ke kathi ke nimkhipha ke maseli ke umsoka wesibili ke babe kuphi ke laba babeniphelezela uma ukuthi ngikhumbula kahle ke ePitori iescort noma babesiphelezela babe ngekho.
What was the reason for the escort?
Lebaka la gore le ska ba le batho ba be ba le thusha ba le latela lebeleng.
MPD e re ka skono tla Pretoria ga re ichaisele tibsho ba mabane.
EMPD had informed us that they would not be able to come to Pretoria as they knocked off late the previous evening. However, we will meet on the road.
EMPD basazisho noma basitshela ukuthi angeke bakhoneke ukuthi beze ePitori nanjengokuthi ke kubusuku obungaphambilini bashayisa ke kulate nokuthi ke basazisa ukuthi sohlangana ke endleleni.
If you say MPD informed you, were they referring to those members that were with you at Albertine?
Ge le re EMPD e le buditse be ba bolela ka bale ba be bale Albertine na. That is correct.
Mangikhuluma ke EMPD ngikhuluma ngabo ke laba ababese Albertine.
According to your information, or sorry, let me just put it this way. Other than those members of the SWAT, EMPD, were there any other members of SWAT, Metro Police, that ever escorted you other than those that consist of Jonathan, Buthelezi, Mapumulo, and Glycerin?
Kantleng ga ba bang bale ba SWAT ba EMPD go Jonathan Mapumulo Buthelezi le SWAT go na le ba bang motlhomong ba SWAT ba ile gore ba ile ba le thusha go ba sepela lena kantleng ga ba be re boletse ka bona
ka ge tšeng tlhalositse gore ba ba gopetse gore ya bona ba re thushang ka escort dilo tša ka moka ke bona ba.
As I have explained that they were requested that they should assist us with the escort, those are the ones that I have mentioned.
Ngaphandle ke kwalaba ababiziwe ke noma labo ababekhona ke ababesebeshiwo be-EMPD amalunga eSWAT uJonathan uSWAT uButhelezi kanye noLisering ngabe akhona yini amanye amalunga eSWAT EMPD aniphelezela umbuzo noma impendulo ithi ke nanjengoba kuyibona ke ngikhulume ngabe ngishilo futhi abacela ukuthi abasiphelezele kwakuyibona ke ababekhona.
To confirm what you are saying, I just want to confirm if that answer relates to the time when accused number 1 was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 and accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 up to their first day of appearance on the 27th of October 2020.
Ba re banya go tseba gore lena le bolela ka go tlogeng nakong yela ya gene molatofatso wa mathomo a be a swarwa ka di 30 tša May 2020 go fitlhelela ge molatofatso wa bobedi a be a swarwa le yena ka di 16 tša June 2020 go fitlheleleng October 27 2020
in Boksburg.
E be ba ya kgorong ya Boksburg.
Go tlhalosetša kgoro go na le mo e le gore especially ka I think in between go na le mo bere fela re gopela TRT or NIU mara example or makgetla e kae re thushe
To explain it,
e ba bangwe ba swara gane mara makgetla mantši ne le bona.
to explain it thoroughly to the court, there were times in between where we asked TRT or NIU to assist us. However, in most of the times we were working with the ones that were mentioned.
Lana-ke kumele ifise ukwazi-ke ukuthi impendulo onikeze ngayo ukuthi-ke ihlanganisa-ke naleya nkathi leyana-ke la khona umsolo wokuqala aboshwa khona ziyi-30 May 2020 kanye futhi-ke nangenkathi kuboshwa-ke umsolo wakhe wesibili ngeyi-16 kena-ke uJune 2020 kuhlanganisa futhi nesikhathi la beyovela khona okokuqala enkantolo ngeyi-27 ku-October 2020 enkantolo yase-Boksburg. Umephendula-ke uthi-ke uyakhumbula-ke ukuthi kwakunenkathi la khona-ke kwakucelwa abe-TRT kanye-ke ne-NIU uma kuwukuthi-ke kunesidingo sokuthi kwenziwe lokho, kodwa-ke isikhathi esiningi bekusetshenziswa laba abachaziwe.
In terms of the evidence that you have led or tendered before this court, including evidence of Buthelezi, Constable Jonathan Mapumulo. It's the first time to hear that the TRT members were also involved. This is my first time to hear from the state witnesses.
Barre go botlhatse ba lena ka moka ba ileng gore ba setse ba fane ka botlhatse ba bolela le ka bo Jonathan le Maphumulo le Buthelezi ba re ba thoma go kwa mmamotla jwalo ka ga lefetša go bolela ga njwa gore TRT le yona e be le karolo ya batho ba be ba sepela le lena ba dithuso
go gona le mputša le gona sa ka la mputšiša le yona go tloga morago.
It is for the first time that I've been asked that question. That question has never been posed to me previously.
Mele uthi-ke uyaqala-ke ukuzwa ubufakazi-ke ombuso ekhuluma-ke ngaloko akushoyo-ke manje ukuthi ne-TRT nayo-ke yayilekelela-ke mayiphendula-ke uthi kuwokokuqala-ke nami ngibuzwa loyo mbuzo loyo-ke.
Yes. When I put the version of accused number 1 on Constable Jonathan, that to the alleged pointing out, they were members of the TRT. He denied.
Barbona irile ge ba botša Constable Jonathan ka nako yela ya molatofatšo wa mathomo gene a ile šupa ge ba botša gore TRT le yona e be le gona Constable Jonathan yena o ile a ganetša.
Where's the dichotomy between the answer you got from Jonathan and the answer you got from this witness? This witness says, at times when the SWAT crew is involved in other escort duties, we would request the TRT and the other group to assist. But in the main, it was the SWAT escort crew which did the work. Is that so, sir?
Bojwalo papa gore lena le boletše jwatso gore ka nako ye nngwe le be le na le go ikgopela TRT goba NIU eupša nakong ye ntši lena le be le bereka le ba le ba SWAT. That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke nanjengoba inkantolo iveza-ke ukuthi bengishilo-ke uma ngiphendula-ke nanjengoba ummeli ethi-ke uyaqala ukuzwa lokhu ukuthi inkantolo kuhlanganaphi-ke lokhu okukhulunywa uJonathan nalokhu kushiwo lo fakazi ngoba lo fakazi yena uthe kwaba ney'nkathi la khona beyicela i-TRT ne-NIU kodwa-ke kakhulukazi ababe basebenzisa yilaba beSWAT.
My lord.
Yes, sir.
Do I have to respond from the dichotomy that...
No. I'm saying I understand this witness like that. But you're specifically saying, for instance, when Jonathan was in charge of the crew,
yes,
he was together with the TNT and NIU crew, following from this gentleman's evidence.
Yes.
But I'm saying it doesn't follow.
May I just
you are
leave it for that?
liberty.
But my lord, I just wanted to put it across, because this might be a question that I will ask on the 5th, when the AVL of the 5th will be brought to the court, to the defense, because the witness was present when...
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying I don't want to say it's a nebulous answer. I agree with you.
Yes,
when you asked Jonathan whether the TRT was there, he said no.
Yes.
They were only themselves, listening, etc., etc.
Yes.
But I'm saying this witness you pertinently are not asking him about the day when Jonathan was there.
That's correct, my lord.
Now
Yes.
you can do that and put.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Say, just to take you on the 5th, I'm not deviating from the line of questioning. If you recall the day accused number 1 went for the alleged pointing out, were the members of the TRT present on that particular day?
ba re bona ga ba efoge go botlhatsi botlhe eupia ge ba ka le tšea ba leša mo tšatšing lela la botlhano tšatši la bo 5 mo e leng gore molatofatšo wa mathomo yena o be a sepela a ilo šupa le sa gopola gore TRT e be e le gona na
le raka kwa Albertine.
are you referring to at Albertine
On that particular day, I don't want to give you an answer.
ba re ka lona letšatši leuwe ga ba nyake go lefa karabo
E le ga go kwatsa bola botse be no tshwantse swati e tlo re escort from Pretoria. O go tšela gore ba bile late so nna le Sergeant Mabena ra sepela TRT be se go.
if you would
Be tsela kwa pana le bona kwa Albertine.
If you would remember, actually SWAT was supposed to come and escort us from Pretoria. However, they became late and myself and Sergeant Mabena, we proceeded and they found us at Albertine.
Mbuzo uthi ke ngale langa ke langa i5 ile langa ke abathi noma emithi ngalo ke nyamaphoyisa umsolo oqala ke wahamba ke wayokhomba ingaba abe TRT babe khona yini ngalelo langa uma kuthi khumla kahle ke ukuthi okwenzeka ngalelo langa bakufanele ukuthi ke siphelezelwa ilaba beSWAT kodwa ke bashaywa isikhathi sase mina ke nomabhena sathi isinqumo sokuthi asihambeke sabashiya ke bahlangana nathi phambili eAlbertine.
All right, let's now proceed. As we stopped at 12 o'clock before you drove.
Ba re tswele pele jwale jalo ka ga lebele eme ge ne le tshela kgomo mokokotlo
At
ka
12
pele ga gore
also.
lebele re ila. Yes, may proceed, thank you.
At 12:23, you were joining Barry Murray in Phosphorus.
Metsotso ye masomepedi tharo ka moraga gore le tshetse kgomo mokokotlo le na le be le tsena mmileng ola wa Barry Murray mo Phosphorus Boxburg. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo2023 sasingena ke kumgwaqo iBerry Mare free the boss Boxburg.
So will I be correct if I say when you off-ramp from N3 to Barry Murray in Phosphorus, you came across an intersection?
E tla ba nnete na gore e tla re ge le tswa mo N3 le tsena ka Barry Murray lena le ile la tlhakana le tsela ye leng gore e be e tlhakana. That is correct.
Nokuyiqiniso ke uma ngaba sesiphuma ke entry sihlangana nayo ke iBerry Mare sahlangana ke nakwaqo uma ubizwa kuthiwa intersection.
Which direction or which turn did you make?
Lena le ile la thinyela letlhakoreng le feng.
To the right.
We turned to the right.
Sa jika ke noma sangena ke kuhlangothi langa kwesokudla.
Then you proceeded towards Phosphorus Court.
La tswela pele la ya kgoro tshekelo ya Phosphorus. That is correct.
Saqhubeka ke saya kuyona inkantolo yase Phosphorus.
Where immediately after you took a turn on the right hand side, as you said, you passed, you drove under the bridge. Is that so?
E rile ge le fetša go thinyela letlhakoreng la letsogo la moja le ile la feta ka fase ga lebrogo.
N3 highway magodimo.
That is correct, and that bridge on top is the N3 highway.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi masithatha ke noma singena kwesokudla ke saphuma ke ngaphansi kwayo ke ibridge futhi ke ngaphezulu ke ku N3 highway yona ke yo bridge leyo.
Have you noticed if there is a taxi rank on that vicinity?
Le ile la tlhokomela na gore go na le renke ya di-taxi kgauswi le tuleo?
Awa.
No.
Angizange ngiboneke noma ngibhekeke ukuthi babone renki yetekisi khona lapho noma yamatekisi.
At that time, you were still escorted.
ka nako e be santse le na le batho ba le ba be ba le latela morago.
nnete
That is correct.
Base saphelezelwa-ke ngaleso sikhathi
12. You joined, what is this? Birman Road. Is it Birman Road, Phosphorus, extension 29?
Metsotso e masomepedi tlhano ka moraga gore le setse kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la tsena o ile mola wa Birman Road mo Phosphorus.
ke nnete ka ge AVL e bontšha
That is correct as the AVL reflects.
kutheke ngayo-ke u-1225 sasesihlangana-ke nayo-ke umgwaqo i-Birman Road e-Phosphorus extension 29
26 minutes past 12. Ignition was off.
Ya re metsotso e masomepedi tshela ka moraga ka gore le setse kgomo mokokotlo ke ge e le gore koloi e atimile.
ke nnete
That is correct.
kuqiniswa-ke nokuthi ngo-1226 yase imoto icishwa-ke
An hour after that, that is precisely 13:26, at the same place you start up the vehicle.
Wa feta iri ka mora gore go fete iri ya pele ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumisha koloi ga.
ke nnete
That is correct, I confirm.
kwase kudlula-ke ihora kwathi ngo-1326 ila imoto isiphinda idumisa khona-ke
At 13:27, then you switch off the ignition again.
Motsotso ka moraga mo uwe ya be le gore le a itima gape koloi.
ke nnete
That is correct.
nokuthi-ke ngo-1327 aphinda futhi-ke imoto ngayicisha
At 4 minutes past 2, you start up there and drove entry.
Metsotso ye mene ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumisha koloi la kgwetsa la ya mmileng wa go ya Heidelberg.
mo ye ya entry freeway ya go na Heidelberg
At 14:06 it shows N3 freeway, not Heidelberg.
lana-ke ku-1406 ekutshengisayo-ke ukuthi umgwaqo utshengisayo lana ukuthi uthela wayeka u-N3 e-freeway ayikhulumi ngayo lona-ke i-Heidelberg oyishoyo
I'm sorry, my handwriting here is illegible. So it's 14:04. You start up a vehicle, drove entry freeway.
1404 says
14.
Birman
Sorry, it's 14:04.
it says Birman
14:06. Sorry, you said 16. 14:04. Sorry, my lord. At 14:06. Sorry. Let's
Barre.
get into 14:06.
Baraka 14:06.
Then at 10 past 2, 14:10, N3 Rodeco.
Ke mo e leng gore metsotso ye lesome ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore lena le mo mmileng wa N3 freeway Rodicop.
ke nnete
That is correct.
yebo kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngo-10 past 2 ibonisa-ke noma itshengisake u-N3 e-Rodecop
At 12 minutes past 2, you off-ramped on Heidelberg Road.
Ya re metsotso ye lesome nne ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore lena le tsena mmileng ola wa Heidelberg Road.
ke nnete
That is correct.
tshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke sasesithatha-ke noma sengithatha-ke of-ramp-ke yase-Heidelberg
The place it reflects Rodeco.
Tulo ye we e bontsha e le Rodicop.
ke nnete
That is correct.
kuyiqinisa ukuthi indawo itshengisake i-Rodecop
As a court, please, my lord. Council says they took a Heidelberg off ramp. Can council indicate?
It's an on-ramp, ne? Hello? It's an on-ramp.
It's an off-ramp. It's an off-ramp.
From which road, sir?
From Heidelberg N3, my lord. Then they took off-ramp
Going to where?
to Heidelberg Road.
Okay.
Lena le reng ba re lena le tšere off ramp, kgoro yona e re ke on ramp.
nna ke no latela ka mo go AVL ngwe tsenga ona a ke tsore ke on or off mara ke tla no latela ka yona ya AVL.
I am just following as the AVL reflects, my lord. I do not know whether it's an on or an off ramp.
All right.
mina ke ngizoyisho ke noma ngizoyilandela ngalendlela ebhalwe ngakhona kulombiko iAVL lena ukuthi on ramp off ramp ke angeke ngikwazi ke lokho.
But does it reflect or show Heidelberg Road?
Eupia yona ya bonchana milola wa Heidelberg.
Nka se gopolo ka re tsela tsela ka ditsebe botse.
I will not recall as I do not know those roads properly.
Ukuthi ke iyatshengisa noma iyasho ukuthi iHeidelberg lokho angeke ngikusho noma ngikhumbuleke ngoba lezo indlela lezo ke akusona ke indlela engizaziyo.
Is there anything recorded on the 12th at 1412?
Mo monakonyela ya metsotso ye lesomepedi ka mora iri ya bobedi
Reflecting Heidelberg Road.
ya bonchana milao wa Heidelberg.
Yeah, I bontsha nya Heidelberg Road. Nya Heidelberg Road. Ya bontsha.
Yes, it reflects near Heidelberg Road.
Yes.
Yebo lana ke ku 1412 kubhaliwe ukuthi eduze nomgwaqo eHeidelberg.
As if you can recollect, when you off-ramped from N3, from say you were driving from Phosphorus, then you off-ramped. Which off-ramp did you take?
Jwaje ka ge lebele khwetsa le tloga Phosphorus. Lena le tšere off ramp yefe.
Ba e ke tswa ka Phosphorus tsena freeway ke tsere N3 towards Johannesburg.
When I was driving from Phosphorus going towards the freeway, I took the N3 towards Johannesburg.
Mangiphuma ePhosphorus yeke na ke umgwaqo uthela bayeka ke ngathatha na ke uN3 ngiya ngakuhlangothi lwase Johannesburg.
Let me clarify this for you to have a better understanding. Do you see 1417? Is it 1417 or 1412?
Barbatal di rela yona ebe bofefo le a bona mola mo engwetseng 1417.
Nnete?
Yes, I can see it.
Yebo
Where-
ngiyabona 1417
Where it reflects Ring Road,
Mo
New
engwetseng
Market.
Ring
Ring Road,
Road.
New Market.
New Market.
Nnete?
Yes.
ngiyabona ke kubhaliwe lapha yana eduze kwe Ring Road East New Market.
That place is in Albertine.
Tuleyo we e sidikadikweng sa Albert.
Iteleditse.
I am listening.
Ngilaleleke uma uthi leyo ndawo leyo ise Albertine.
Which off-ramp, if you were driving from N3, you were going to take when you were going to Albertine? Which off-ramp were you going to take?
Ke off ramp yefe yele beli lo etsia ge beli ya Albert.
Re ke bia ka tsela data mphamiso. Go driver koloi la go mo le di bota go di lebelle go no tena ona wa bona bot mara wa ile bana go tswa go lo hono ga se go botsa re ke efe mara ke bone re tsena ka lebati le gore ke tsela engwe joining a ke tsela a go gopole.
Mr. Mgomezulu, may I put it in this way? When you are driving a vehicle, at times you do see the boards, but you forget them. I did see a board, however, I would not recall today on what was written on that board.
Angichazeke ngalendlela baba Mngomezulu ukuthi ke uma ushayela imoto yebo ama-board lana uyawabona ke ngesikhathi ke kube ukuthi uyawakhohlwa. Ngiyakhumbula ke i-board lelo ngilibona ke ngalelo langa lelo ke kodwa ukuthi kwakuyini noma kubhalweni ke kulelo board lelo angikhumbuli.
All right. Let me clarify this for you. I'll take you back when you were driving from Carltonville to Albertine. You had to off-ramp from N3 and joined Grey Avenue. You remember that?
Barbatla chia ba ditse morago ge be le tloga Carltonville le ya Albertine le na le la swana la gore le tswe mmileng le tsene go Grey Road le sa gopola se.
Ya go polo ga rena la itseba offering be o ke Grey Avenue.
Yes, I do recall it as you know it, that it was Grey Avenue, you did mention it.
Uyakhumbula ke mangabuyisela nje emuva ke ukuthi ngathi uthi nibuya ke eCarltonville nizo ngena ke kumgwaqo ke isiya ke Albertine ukuthi nanizohlangana noma nathatha ke yona iGrey Avenue. Ngiyakhumbula ngoba nje kuba wena ke uyikhumbula noma uyazi ukuthi iGrey Avenue.
Yes, before you took a turn and approached that street as you're driving, did you notice any board written Albertine at that time?
Kapele ga gore le tsene mo mmileng o we ka yona nako ye we le la lemogana le tshwao le be le ngwetswe Albertine na ka nako ye we
awu
no
Kapele ke noma ngibone ke la ekwabhalwe khona ngaleso sikhathi leso kubhalwe Albertine.
The reason why I'm saying this, I will clarify, just be patient, I'll clarify, because accused number 2 said when the first time when he saw the garage, he noticed a board written Albertine. That is his version.
ba re batla le tlhakišetša sewe lebaka la gore ba botšiše ka sona ga dijwa ke gore molatofatšo wa bobedi la mathomo ge ne a bona garage ke nako e a be a fetša go bona leswao le la lebe le re Alberton.
ke nnete ka gore ge o dutse le phaseng ja bona lotse ka moka mara go reila o concentrate mo tseleng ke nninga nka se moganetse.
I will not dispute his version as it would be correct that when you are seated as a passenger, my lord, you would be able to see everything. However, when you are driving, there are other things that you miss on the road.
Ngizokuchazela ukuthi ingane ngisho kanjalo ingoba ke umsolo wakhe wesibili uthi ke uma ke eduze ke naleyo garage leyo ke wayibona ke iboard la ekabhale khona uAlbertine. Yebo lokho ke kuyiqiniso ke ngoba ke uma uhlezi ingasiwena ke oshayelayo uningi okubonayo emgaqweni kodwa ke akufanele lokho noma ukuthi uma kuwena oshayelayo okunye nje awukuboni.
What I wanted to give clarity on is the fact that when you drove from Foslorus on N3 is not the same off-ramp that you used to join New Market. It's not the same off-ramp.
Ba re bone ba le botsa gore ge o kgweetša o tloga Foslorus o le mo mmileng wa N3 ga se yona off-ramp yela ye leng gore wa e berekiša ge o ile o tsena mola mo go New Market. Yes, I am listening.
Ngilaleleke uma uthi ke uma ubuya ke khona eFoslorus usuzothatha ke na ke ukuthi akusiyona ke leyana ke oyisebenzisayo eyodwa noma uma ukuthi uzothatha iNew noma uya eNew Market.
I'm putting to you as per his version after consulted with him that when for the second time he was taken to a place when he noticed the board for the second time reflecting Albertine, it was not the same direction which you took initially.
Barba le botsa gore molatofatšwa wa bobedi yena o re le khala bobedi ge ne a bona board ye ngwadilweng Albertine ebe e se mola mo be a e bone gona le kha la mathomo ge be le tsena.
Stengombe zo khopela le ntlhalosetse botso o ra ge re tswa court o ra ge re sa ya court go rang bushi o ra la garage or la go tswa court re ya
Mr. Mgomezulu, can you please explain it to me thoroughly? Was the accused referring to the day when we were coming back from court, or is it the day when we were at the garage?
Lana ke umsolo wesibili ke akushoyo ukuthi ubonile ke ukuthi uma ihlandla lesibili esebona ke le board ebhalwe Albertine kwangasilona ke uhlanga ukuthi lo awayibone kulona ke ngehlandla lokuqala. Manje kufakazi uyacela ukuthi achazeleke la ngoba akasazwisisi ukuthi manje umsolo la ukhuluma ngale hlandla beya noma mebuya enkantolo noma ile yahlandla ke le garage akasazwisisi.
All right, let me put it this way, sir. You were driving from Carltonville, eventually you joined N3, you off-ramped Grey Avenue. You remember that?
le sa gopolang ke re gore le tswile Carltonville le kgweetsa mo entry la tsena go Grey Avenue le sa gopola go
Okay.
yes I still remember
ngiyakhumbula-ke sibuye Carltonville sihamba ngo-N3 sasesihlangana-ke ne-Grey Avenue.
When you're driving from Foslorus Court, joining N3 towards Johannesburg, there's an off-ramp.
ka le tloga kgorotsheko ya Foslorus le tsena entry le ya Gauteng Johannesburg go na le off ramp
Uthi-ke uma nibuya-ke enkantolo e-Foslorus nijoyina u-N3 kune-off-ramp-ke eya eGoli noma eJohannesburg.
According to this AVL, at 12 minutes past 2, there was an off-ramp at Heidelberg Road.
go ya ka AVL ye ka metsotso ye lesomepedi ka moreng ga iri ya bobedi go na le off ramp ye tsenang mmileng wa Heidelberg
Do you understand now?
le ya boshisha
Ke a le kwešiša, mare bjale, that's why ke sa le kwešiše botse ka gore mo e no ngwala near street a e ngwale off ramp a e ngwale on ramp bjale ke a le kwešiša bjale o nna from e gona yes e gona ya go tsena mara nka se botse gore e ngwetse gore eng mare yona ke ya go tsena ka Albertine.
I understand even though I would not understand thoroughly as on the AVL report it's written near it is not written off ramp or on ramp however there is a off ramp and a on ramp into Albert
Ngiyakuzwisisa-ke nami njengoba futhi usho-ke wena-ke uthi lana-ke ithi sangena noma ngangena kwi-off ramp yase-Heidelberg kodwa la akubhalwanga lokho akhulunywa nge-off ramp lana-ke kwi-AVL ibhalwe ukuthi eduze yebo khona-ke i-off ramp ne-on ramp yayikhona-ke khona lapho kodwa akusiyona indlela ekubhalwe ngayo la kwi-AVL.
Do you remember driving on Heidelberg Road after you have off-ramped from N3 when you were driving from Foslorus Court to Albert? Do you remember driving on Heidelberg Road?
be sa gopola le kgweetsa mo mmileng ola wa Heidelberg ka moraga gore le be le boa kgorotshekelo ya Foslorus le be setšeletswa go mmileng ola wa N3
sa boeletša gape ntona ba be ke sepela ka ona mara a ka go tlhokomela gore tshedibitso la tseleo ke eng a ke gane nka ba ke tsa according to AVL e re be ke sepela ka yona mara nna a ko gopole ke gore nka se gopole nka se mara ka re ke a reila ke no tsena ka sepele.
I will reiterate my lord that it is possible that I was driving on that road as the AVL reflects however I do not recall myself that I was on that road as I was driving.
Ngokwayo-ke i-AVL noma umbiko lona iyasho yona ukuthi ngangihamba kuleyo mgwaqo noma ngokwendlela-ke ebhalwe ngayo la ngangihamba eduze naleyo mgwaqo loyo kodwa mina-ke ukuthi ngiyikhumbulele mina ngithi ngangihamba lapho mina okwami nje ukuthi ngangishayela.
Yes. At 20 past 2, ignition was off. Do you see that?
Ya bona gore metsotso e masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi koloi ile ya timiwa yes I see it my lord.
Ngiyakubona ukuthi ngo-20 past 2 imoto yacishwa.
10 minutes after that, at 14:36, you start up the same
Metsotso
at the same place.
ye lesometshela ka moraga mo ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya duma gape go yona tulo yeo.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke nkusho kwakhe-ke ummeli ukuthi ngemizuzu-ke ewu-10 imoto yase idunyiswa futhi.
At 14:36, it also reflects Ring Road, New Market East. Am I right?
Metsotso ye lesometharo tshela ka moraga iri ya bobedi e bontsha iri Ring Road East, New Market Park, Albert. Ke nnete eo?
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Yebo kubhalwe kanjalo-ke lana ukuthi eduze ne-Ring Road East, New Market Park e-Albertine.
Yes. When the ignition was off at 20 past 2, that means the car was stationary, motionless. Do you agree?
Ebe koloi itimiwa ka metsotso ye masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi seo se bolela gore koloi e be sa sepeleng ke that is correct.
Uyiqiniso ukuthi nanjengoba bhaliweke lana ukuthi imoto yaqishwa ke kusho ngo-2:20 kusho ukuthi imoto yayingahambi.
At 1442, driving near Ring Road.
Metsotso ye masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke mo e leng gore koloi e bontsha e le gore e be e kgweetsa kgauswi le Ring Road
Access idle.
ya boya gape ya dira le gore e be e duma e ngwadile access idle le that is correct. I see that.
Yebo ke lana u-1442 kubhaliwe ukuthi imoto ihamba ke eduze ne-Ring Road East bese ke iyehla ke ethi ke ngo-442:01 imoto iyaduma ke khona ke lapho e-Ring Road East ngiyabona lokho.
Let's hang on there at the moment. When you left Foster's Court, joined N3 until you off-ramped, were you still escorted by the Metro Police under SWAT unit?
Barreswa re bona mowe ge le tloga motlatshekelo kgorongtshekelo ela ya Foster's le ya mmileng ola wa N3 le bentse le latelwa ke ba le bathuši ba lena ba SWAT? No, they were not there.
Nkathi sibuya ke khona enkantolo yase-Foster's sesiya somathamba ke na ke u-N3 abeswati lapho besiphelezela babengekho.
All right. You're no longer escorted. At some stage, you parked near Ring Road without any escort.
Lena be ba sa tlholo ba le gona ba le ba be ba le latela gape go na le nako mo e leng gore le la yema mo Ring Road mo kgauswi le New Park.
Re shetse ke tlhalositse pele gore tlhalositse pele ke le re tsene mo molong re reka metsi le zimba chips ke mo gopolo ene me ga re bona ra emana kwetelle.
As I've explained previously that we had stopped by the mall and we bought water and chips.
Bese ngichazile ke lokhu ke ngoba umele uthi ke nema ke khona lapha yana seningasaphelezela ke imoto ke yaqishwa ke uthi bese ngishilo ke noma ngichazile ke lokhu ukuthi kunalapho na ke sangena kuyitolo noma lapho nginamathele eyitolo khona sathenga khona amanzi kanye nama chips.
Yes, that's the reason why I wanted to remind you about that, because you even said you bought water in Simba chips for accused number 2. So what I want to put across to you, and I will emphasize, there was water involved.
Bare banyaka go le gopotsa yona tabewe jwalo ka ga le nna le tlhalosha gore lena le la rekela molatofatso wa bobedi metsi le masimba chips bare go be go na le metsi a tlhakantshwang gona mowe
le rena re itheketse dilo tseo re mo file go nna di re la re rekela ena le teng.
We also bought for ourselves, my Lord. We did not only buy for him.
Ilokho ke futhi engifuna ke ukuthi ngikwazise kona ukuthi ke kwakunamanzi nje noma kwakunento namanzi ke phakathi lana. Yebo ke lokho sakuthenga asithengelanga yena kuphela. Nathi lokho esamthengela kona sayithengela nathi.
Yes. The reason why I'm asking that is because the version of accused number 2 also deals with water that was poured in his body from the front part of his body. That's the reason why I introduced water in this evidence.
La gore bona ba bolele ka metsi ke ka go bane go ya ka molatofatso wa bobedi yena o re wile a tshelwa ka ona metsi ya we ba mo tshela ka pele mmeleng wa gagwe ke ka mo eleng gore go ile go tswelela bohlatsi bo ba metsi.
Alo bo joro cheche ke manga metsi.
When he informs you, did he inform you on who had poured water on him?
Ngakho ke veza ke lo daba lwamanzi ke ngoba ila umsolo wesibili asho khona ukuthi wathelwa ngamanzi ke khona lana emzimbeni ke ngaphambili kuyena uma ekutshela lokho ukutshela ukuthi ubani wamtshela ngamanzi.
This accused person played open cards before this honorable court. He told the court that you never participated in his assault. So therefore, he cannot include you with the act of pouring him with water.
Baramula to fatwa o kiena o ralukile dikarata tsa gage a di beile mo tafoleng di kgona go bonwa pepenene ka gore o ile a botsa kgoro nnete ya gore lena ga se nkeletse karolo felo gape a ka setle a le bapantšha le temane ya gore lena le ka tswa e le lena ba le motšhetšeng ka metsi gore aowa. I am still listening.
Umsolwa-ke ngaphambilini njena-ke akakaze ayifihleleke le nkantolo umeyiqiniso kwenkantolo wathi wena-ke awukaze ube yingxenye yokushaywa kwakhe noma-ke umshayeke ingakho-ke akakuhlanganisi-ke futhi nangokuthelwa kwakhe ngamanzi. Ngisakulalele.
And it is my instruction from accused number 2 that on the same route you were driving after you have off-ramped from Heidelberg, my lord, from N3. On that route, there is a dumping area on the right-hand side when you are facing Albertine.
Bare molatofatšwa yena o re ka moraga gore lena le tswile mmileng mola wa N3 mo go yona tsela ewe go na le mo e leng gore go lathiwa dilo gona mo o lebaneng le Albertine. I am listening.
Uyaqhubeka ukusola ukuthi-ke kulowo mgwaqo-ke enanihamba ngawo-ke kunala khona-ke ekulahlwa khona-ke izinto abakulahlwa-ke izibi-ke khona-ke ngisakulalela.
At 1442, it indicates access idle, ring road,
Mo
or near ring road.
ge o lebella mo nakong yela ya 1442 kgauswi le milaola wa ring go bontšha gore koloi e be e duma. That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniso ngiyakubona lokho ukuthi kubhaliwe-ke ngayo 1442 ukuthi eduza nase-ring road imoto yayiduma.
To 1522, and the car was on excess idling. Do you see that?
Go fitlhella mo 1522 mo koloi e bentse e duma. That is correct.
Kuqiniso ngiyakubona ukuthi kwaze kwashaya-ke u-1522 imoto isaduma-ke.
Yes. Then, in between those times, it's a period of 40 minutes. Do you see that?
Barma garga tsona dinako tšewe go fetile nako ye ka bang metsotso ye masome a mane. As you are stating,
Nanjengoba usho ukuthi laphayana-ke kwadlula-ke imizuzu engamashumi amane.
That is the instruction of accused number 2. That was the time when he was taken out of the motor vehicle next to those steel tanks where he was tortured with that electrocuted with that device. That was that time.
Kaya nana ka yeo ke mo ileng gore molatofatšwa ke mo a ileng a ntshiwa koloi bona ba mo tortura ka ntwela ya go yebe ba iswere ye leng gore e be ile ka yona nako yeo ye leng gore e ngwetswe mo metsotsong ye masome a mane ao.
Ge ke gopola botse Mr. Mgomezulu le rile re mešitše steel pipe Soweto before re miša ka Lapadu Colonel Gininda fihla a mo dula godimo ga koloi bjale e šetše ile Albertine bjale.
If I recall very well, Mr. Mgomezulu, you had alleged that we took him to the steel pipe in Soweto, Orlando, before we took him to the officer Rapadu, and Officer Gininda came, and now are you saying we took him to that steel pipe in Alberton.
Manje lana ummeli uyachaza ke uthi lesikhathi kaqeda sisho ke manje la imoto eduma khona ke ekwathatha ke imizuzu eyamashumi amane uthi la khona ke umsolo athi ke konke lokho kwenziwa ke lokwakuthotshwala ke nake nalokho okwakuphethwe ke ashopha ngakho ufakazi uthi ke uma ngikhumbula kahle babungomezulu okushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka ke endleleni emoroba uma simhambisa eya kuRaphadu la khona esahlangana khona ke noGininda khona uGininda ke wahlala ke emotweni usuyashintsha yini manje uthi lokhu kwenzeka eAlberton
Mrena watheleja handle.
Utheleja dadamngomezulu.
May I just put it? It's not a dialogue.
Can you speak English? This machine doesn't record vernacular.
Can I proceed?
No, utheleja.
Yes, I am listening, my lord.
Sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
My version initially, and it will stand as first time accused was next to a dumping area. It was on a route or on a route towards Alberton. That's the first time. Next to 2 tanks, silver tanks.
Barbona la mathomo re ne molatofatšwa a be a le kgauswi le mo go latlhiwang dilo gona e be e le Alberton kgauswi le ditanka tše pedi ba re taba ye we e sa tlo dula e le kana mokgwe ba e tlhalosang ka gona.
The second time was when he was at Orlando next to a dumping area. There were ATMs that were no longer in use. Do you understand now?
Le khala bobedi re ne a be a le mo go latlhiwang dilo gona e be e le Orlando go be gona le gape le di ATM tše be di sa tlholo di berekishiwa le a kwešiša ga dijwana. I am listening.
Kunendawo embili ke la ekhazwayo ke yena ke umeli uthe uqala ke akhuluma ngayo umsolo wesibili ile eseAlberton ke la elahla khona ke izibi noma khona futhi ke unalama tank amabili eyesibili ke kuse Orlando nayo ke kuyalahla kuyona ke futhi ke inama ATM angasasetshenziswa. Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you, madam. All right. Let's move to 3:30.
Ba re theogele go metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya boraro. I am listening.
You joined freeway at N12.
Lena ile la tsena mmileng wa N12 wa freeway. That is correct.
Ebe koyiqinisa ukuthi ngo 3:30 angena ke ku N12 freeway Alberton.
At 15:48, I'll just skip all these times for time constraints. 15:48, it reflects all Potchefstroom Road in Soweto. To confirm that?
Bare e re 1548 e bontsha Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6. That is correct.
Qinisa ukuthi 1548 lana kubhaliwe ukuthi eduze nomgwaqo Old Potchefstroom Deep Kloof Zone 6.
It also shows GPS unlocked all Potchefstroom till you drove at 15:58.
E bontsha gape le gore GPS unlocked go fitlhella lebeletswe la pele le kgwetsa ka 1558. That is correct.
Yebo yabonsa ke yatshengisa ke ukuthi ke kwakulapho eduze ne-Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo GPS unlocked baze bashaya ku 1558.
According to him, when I consulted with him, it was the time when you took Colonel Rapadu at
nako ye ke nako e lena lebeletše ya Colonel Raphadu mola Chris Hani.
Aksa question that ngo mezo wala ka re ya hlaka-hlakana vele. Na be go feta le relebele foro re kopana le Colonel Raphadu bara msadi ya shedi ke ka mantši ba gare ba gape re sa kopana le Colonel Raphadu ke a tša botšiša.
Mr. Ngomezulu, I do not understand now, as you are now confusing me. As in the morning you had said we had met Colonel Raphadu and his wife took the keys, and now you are referring to us meeting Colonel Raphadu in the afternoon. Is it changing now?
Lana ke umeli uthi ngale mizuzu emibili ke ngaphambi kokuthi libumbane ke ihola lesine uthi ke umswalo wesibili yila khona ke esenithatha khona noma nilanda khona uKolonel Raphadu uthi ke uSergeant uma ephendula ke uthi manje ke ayike manje angisezwisisa sekuyindida ke lokhu manje ngoba ngaphambilini uthe kumina ke kwakusekuseni ke ngenkathi ke sesihlangana naye uKolonel Raphadu manje ke sekusemini la esihlangana khona noKolonel Raphadu angisakuzwisisi.
May I approach your case number 2?
Yes.
Mr. Mkhan, thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Mr. Mkhan, we don't have to confuse your evidence and with the evidence of accused number 2. Accused number 2, we confirm with my colleague that according to his instruction, he did not meet Colonel Raphadu in the morning, but he met Colonel Raphadu in the evening.
Mr. Mkhan, ba re botlhatsi ba lena le ska botlhakantšha le bo ba molatofatšo wa bobedi bo ska tsa botlhakantšhana go ya ka
Evening,
yena
afternoon, which is which now? Morning, evening, afternoon.
Afternoon, my lord, sorry.
No longer in the evening.
No, my lord, it was just a slip of the tongue. It was in the afternoon.
Okay, afternoon.
Yes.
ba re le ska tla la tlhakatlhakantšha botlhatsi bo we molatofatšo wa bobedi yena o re ga senke a tlhakane le Colonel Raphadu forogo o tlhakane le yena mosegare.
Uthi ke ngingahlanganisike lokhu umsolo wesibili ukuthi akahlangananga naye uKolonel Raphadu ekuseni kodwa wahlangana naye ke kusemini.
Ntate Mgomezulu akitse borona ilore confession ya ga ke bona rona ibila ke tsona ngwe tšeng ka mogala a ke tsolo ka lebella yona e tla go fa idea ya gore re kopane Raphadu gore ka gana taba gore re kopane le Colonel Raphadu mantši o bana ra re mission for fitlhe kwa ka 7 fro a kopana Raphadu a mtšara ya fosolorase ge re boa a go gopele mo e le gore sa ba kopana le Colonel Raphadu
Mr. Ngomezulu,
ka mogo ke tsebang ka one ke naganišišang ka one.
I just unfortunately do not know what the accused has written in his confession. However, what I know is that we took him to Colonel Raphadu in the morning. We arrived there at 7 in the morning, and then we took him to court. When we came back late in the afternoon, I do not recall us meeting Colonel Raphadu together with the accused.
Ukuthi ke yini ke ebhaliwe laphayana usolo wesibili ayokhuluma noma ke ayobhonuluka khona ke kuyena uKolonel Raphadu kungeshwa ukuthi angazi ukuthi ibhalweni laphayana kodwa engikwaziyo ukuthi samhambisako ukumikisa kuyena ke uKolonel Raphadu kusekuseni safika laphayana ngo7 ke ekseni sase siyahamba ke siya enkantolo uma sesibuya ke enkantolo asihlangenanga naye uKolonel Raphadu emini.
At 15:58, you were driving. Let's quickly go to 16:16. You see that?
Page 16.
39. Page 39, Molaga 16.
Yeah.
Etomaga 58 bara go ya fase go 16
16 yes 05 seconds.
Are you referring to the 16 of 05 seconds?
Correct.
Bara e ya go jwa
You were at Makalima Street,
lebelele
Morokas, Soweto.
No.
Makalima Street ka 1605
It says comma, Mr. Mbunzu.
Comma, sorry, Comma Street.
It is correct. We were at Goma Street at 1605 on the 19th of June 2020.
Yebo ke ngo 1616 seduze ke ne Comma Street.
The ignition was off.
Latima Koloi.
Moroka police station.
We were inside Moroka police station.
That was not a question. Switch off the engine.
Yeah,
Wana bare litimile koloi na.
okay, kitele.
Yes, I am listening.
Ukuthi ke sacisha imoto yebo ngizingiblalele.
Yes. From 1616 to 1828, approximately 2 hours.
Go tlogelle 1616 go isha go 1828 nako e ka lekanang motlhomong le di iri tse pedi. That's correct.
So iqiniso ke ukuthi kusuka ngo 1616 kuyoshaya ke 1828 ukuthi amahora amabili lawo.
It is the instruction of accused number 2 that it was the time when Gininda came with the white BMW within that period of 2 hours when he was assaulted, electrocuted and tortured within the period of 2 hours.
Bare mo iring tse pedi tseo ke nako mo ntate Gininda a ile ngatla gona a sepela ka koloi ya motlhobo wa BMW ke mo eleng gore molatofatswa o ile a papatlwa gona gape ba mo tortura mo nakong eo ya iri tse pedi.
Ga ka tlhalosha gore ba tortura la kae ka mogare ga police station.
If you could explain, maybe, did he inform you on where inside the police station was he tortured?
Lana ke kulamahora amabili ke ila umsolo wesibili athi khona ke ila ifika khona ke uBrigadier Gininda ehamba ngale BMW emhlophe ithi la ashaya khona ke ashaya khona ke befaka ke ugesi ngabe kutshelile yini uma ekusho lokho kwena ukuthi kuphi nendawo phakathi epolice station noma lokho kwenzeka kuphi nendawo phakathi epolice station?
So, Exhibit GG, I'll refer you to Exhibit GG.
Bare batlare le lebelle botlhatse ba GG.
May I confirm that?
Yes, yes, yes. The witness is asking for Exhibit GG to be
Sorry, it's Exhibit HH.
Bare ke botlhatse ba HH.
OB of Moroka.
Mo OB ya Moroka. I do not recall us doing any OB entry at Moroka.
Angikhumbule ke swala ke OB eMoroka.
There's no OB. Thank you, sorry. May I withdraw that? There's no OB of Moroka police station.
Bare by Busha Tabaewe Bare Rai or OB ya Moroka police station.
Was accused number 2 booked in before he took the alleged confession at Moroka police station?
Molatofatso wa bobedi o ile a bokiwa in na ka pele ga gore ka tle a dire polelo yela a be a ikere.
Sa bolela gape aowa.
I reiterate it, my lord, no.
Ingabe wabhukwa yini umsolo wakhe ngaphambi kokuthi ke akhulumeke lokwazokhuluma eMoroka ngisaphinda futhi cha.
Okay. When accused number 1 was taken to Deep Blue police station before Colonel Mboto, was he booked in at Deep Blue police station?
Molatofatso wa mathomo ge ne a ishitswe police station ya Diepkloof ka pele ga Colonel Mboto yena o ile a bokiwa in ka Diepkloof police station.
Nka se fetole o ba Aisha ke nna ba ke sona.
I will not respond on that as I was not present when the accused was taken Diepkloof.
Uma ukuthi-ke eyokuthi umsolo wokuqala wabhukwa yini eDiepkloof uma esiwa-ke kuyena uKenyan Botha angeke ngiphendule lokho nanjengoba ngangingekho-ke noma kwangathi mina owamhambisa.
So, if you don't have the records for accused number 2 at Moroka police station for an alleged confession, it's not easy for one to see, conclude that he was at Moroka police station. Do you agree?
Ge le gore lena ga gona mo eleng gore le ile la ngwala fase gona ka nako e la lebelle le Moroka police station ga go kgonagale go ba ga go be boleta gore motho a kgone go tseba gore ke nnete lena lebelle le mola police station ya Moroka ke nnete eo
e re ke fetwa ka tsela ka ge le gore o ngwadisitse confession ya ngwala confession nako le gore ke kae la so ke re e lontsha confession o ile belo rena o fitlhile o ra fitla batho mena go mafetšana go ma ka re nna ka if ne be ke bone e bile ke ba le ke tla go botsa gore o fitla o fitlhile batho mena go so ba fetšana go se bela go ya wona Moroka o ile.
May I respond it in the special, my lord? Whenever the accused writes a confession, it reflects the time, the date, and the place of where was the confession taken. And what I can say is that I did not see the confession. I would be able to answer you if I had seen the confession. However, if you, Mr. Mngomezulu, can read the confession, then you would be able to see that the accused was at Moroka police station. And what I can say is that indeed he was taken to Moroka police station.
Lana-ke nanjengoba-ke singenako-ke okubhaliwe phansi akukho-ke la umuntu angaqinisekisa khona-ke ukuthi ngempela umsolo wesibili waya-ke eMoroka police station. Engakusho kona-ke Advocate Mngomezulu ukuthi-ke ngeshwa-ke la akhuluma khona-ke noma-ke agonyuluka khona-ke umsolo wesibili-ke angizange ngikubone-ke ngikufunde lokho la bengizokutshela khona-ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esithile wafika ngesikhathi esithile wabe eseyaqeda-ke la ebengizokusho lokho ngesiqinisekiso kodwa uma wena-ke ungayibuka-ke noma ungayifunda-ke uzokuthola lokho noma leyo mininingwane kodwa engingakutsho ngesiqinisekiso ukuthi impela waya eMoroka police station umsolo wesibili.
Court, please, my lord. Notice that it's 15, 20, and the 24th in respect of accused number 4, my lord. And such exhibits were not furnished to us as yet.
Is that the logbooks, sir?
That's logbooks.
The logbooks, you don't have them up to now?
Yes. We will just follow up this afternoon.
Hello?
We will follow up this afternoon, my lord.
This afternoon?
Yes.
If you don't get them, even this afternoon, have you lined up any witness for tomorrow?
Yes, possibly the experts regarding the movement report.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so that we mustn't
Yes.
waste the whole day.
Yes.
Because if there are no logbooks, then it means
Yes.
if you haven't lined up any witness, then we must adjourn.
No, we'll be able to proceed.
So there will be a
Sergeant
witness.
Mokola is also waiting in the wings as well.
Because that's Sergeant?
Mokola.
Oh, Moholi. Okay, fine. All right, yeah. Okay, apparently.
Barma mthare fella ga nna mo jwalo ka ga re tseba gore go ya mashimong ga se go tshwara tata re boya gape o sasa.
Yes, Mr. Henry.
Now, we continue with the cross-examination of Sergeant Mukhani. We've received the logbook Just a short while ago, we're just making copies of the logbook.
How big is the logbook?
It's in about 5 pages.
5 pages only.
Yes. It starts on the first and ends on, I think, the 22nd or so. It's not a
First of what, June?
Yes, it's just 5 pages.
So
20.
the defense needs time to study it or what?
Well, I would imagine so, not an awful amount of time. But just
Okay, just again then until what? 11?
Are wrongly made, incorrectly made. So
How can a
still
copy
gonna-
be incorrectly made?
He says it's a mess up. I didn't want to use that word, my lord. So he's gonna make proper copies for us. So I think 30 minutes.
So you don't have copies at the moment?
We don't have copies. essentially.
Okay, Mr. Balui?
yes, indeed, my lord. We just asked someone to make copies, and they've been jumbled up. We just request, I think, about 15 minutes that should.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll adjourn until then. It records that street.
The state begs leave to hand up the logbook of Surgeon Mukhani as Exhibit MM3,
MM3.
brackets 3.
It's in respect of which
The
motor
logbook
vehicle?
of Sergeant Mukhani for the dates from the 1st of June
1st June.
up until the 19th of June, and it also incorporates 29 May 2020 until 31st May 2020.
29th May 2020 until 31st?
The 29 May until 31st May.
Okay,
It's page 5.
okay. So the defense has been finished with these logbooks.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
My lord, it has been handed by agreement.
Right?
By agreement, my lord.
Handed in by agreement.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
That means, my lord, after we have been finished with the copies, we agreed to, because there's nothing in dispute in relation to
The logbooks.
the logbooks. Hence, we don't see any reason, based on the reasons for the application by the state initially to reopen examination. That is mainly based on the version of accused number 2.
So the logbooks, the contents of the logbooks are not disputed.
Are not disputed.
Now, when you say by agreement, are you saying in terms of section 220, you are formally admitting the contents of the logbooks?
That's correct, ma'am.
Is that so, Mr. I'll come to you. Is that so, Mr. Balui?
Well, I think we can also use section 213, agreement between the parties.
213.
Yes, we haven't consulted the rest of council.
That's the point, Mr. Mnisi.
We don't have an objection, Madam, for accused number 3.
Mr. Ngomane.
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection in respect for accused number 4. Thank you.
Okay. What does 213 say? Just read it for us.
As God please, my lord, section 213 states the following. Proof of a written statement by consent. In criminal proceedings, a written statement by any person other than an accused at such proceedings shall, subject to the provisions of subsection 2, be admissible as evidence to the same extent as oral evidence to the same effect by such person. Paragraph 2, The statement shall purport to be signed by the person who made it and shall contain a declaration by such person to the effect that it is true to the best of his knowledge. It appears that this,
That section is not applicable.
yes, it's not.
Yeah,
it
220.
refers to a statement, so that would be
I thought I was going to
section
call it
220. That's
afresh.
correct, yes.
So in terms of section 220, it is admitted that the contents of how many of these logbooks? 3 logbooks. 4.
There's only one document, my lord.
Oh, 1 document.
Yes, only one document.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of section 220, it is admissible and it is agreed that it is so.
As a code.
Okay, thanks. Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after this?
My lord, it must also be made clear before this honorable court that as the defense has requested the AVLs for the 22nd and 24th, it has been submitted by the state that the Toyota Fortuner was not used on that particular day. So
The 22nd
the 22nd and the 24th.
and the 24th.
Correct, my lord. So another motor vehicle was used, but there was no tracking device according to the state.
Okay.
So in relation to the logbook on the said motor vehicle by Mr. Mukhano,
Yeah.
nothing has been furnished to the defense in relation to the confirmation thereof. As per our discussion with my colleague, Mr. Baloyi, he indicated that before the conclusion of the cross-examination, he will place it on the roll that the information relating to the logbooks for Mr. Mukhano will be canvassed with Brigadier Gininda.
With Brigadier Gininda.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Is that so, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my lord, a search has been launched for those logbooks, and if and when they are located, they'll be handed up through Brigadier Gininda.
Gininda, okay. That is the logbooks of the 22nd and the 24th.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after that?
And also the 5th and the 25th.
And the 5th
The 5th as well as the 25th.
and the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the court has noted that.
God bless.
Right?
My lord, may I proceed with cross-examination?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mukhano, I've got a few more questions for you. I believe the last question when I asked you, if we go back to the 19th of June 2020, the proceeding was it page 82?
ntate mogane ka pele ga gore re tswelele peleng ke re lena le sa le ka tlase ga kano ya gore le bolela nnete go botlhatsi ba lena. My lord, before we proceed, we have just confirmed that Mr. Mohan is still under oath.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Do you see the time reflecting 1828?
Le a bona nako mo e reng 1828.
Page
Which page is it?
21.
21
31.
or 31. 1826.
I see 1826.
isikhathi engisibonayo ke lana u-1826.
Yes, below that is 1833.
ka fase ga moo e re 1833.
Below
This-
1826.
when is the date?
What is the date?
The date is the 19th.
Bar di 19.
Yes.
1828.
1828. Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
It says the start up the motor vehicle.
E re koloi e ile ya dumishiwa. That is correct.
Then it was driving at
Napile
Chris Hani Road.
ya kgweetsa mo mmileng ola wa Chris Hani. That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniswa ke kubhaliwe ukuthi imoto iyadunyiswa yase iyashayelwa noma iyahamba ke umgwaqo iKhrizani.
1833 at Dlamini, Soweto.
Ka 1833 e bontsha gore lebele le Dlamini Soweto.
Excess idle.
Le ya bona gore e be e duma. That is correct.
Kuqiniswa ukuthi ngo-1833 isedlamini noma yayisedlamini eSoweto iyaduma.
1834 it's also idling, excess idling.
Napile ka 1834 e bontsha gore le gana mo we ya duma. Yes, I can see it.
Ngiyabona ukuthi nango-1834 yayiduma.
1842 it's driving from Koma Street.
Ka 1842 ya kgweetsa go tloga mmileng ola wa Koma. That is correct.
Qiniso ukuthi ngo-1842 iyahamba ke kwistrato iKoma.
All right. So at 1911 it reflects incident. Was it still in Soweto?
Napile ka 1911 e bontsha gore go na le tiragalo be sa le Soweto. Yes, it shows like that.
Nanjengoba usho ke ukuthi ngo-1911 iyatshengisa ke ukuthi kunesehlakalo noma isigameko yebo lokho kwakwenzeka ke kuseSoweto.
Was it before you arrived at Moroka police station?
E be ile ka pele ga gore le fitlhe police station ya Moroka. We had already left Moroka police station at that time.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasiphumile ke police station yaseMoroka.
Relating to the evidence that you have already tendered before this court when you left Fosloras court, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were in a hurry to fetch the keys and the USB for the late Sergeant Mapena. Is it correct?
Bare go ya ka tlhatsi bo le faneng ka bone lena le rile ge le tswa forong ya Fosloras lena le be le kitimetse gore le do lata dinatlolo le USB ya mohu Sergeant Mapena ke nnete. That is correct. We were going there to check for it.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi siphumile ke eFosloras sasesijahele ukuthi siyobheka ikhiya kanye nayo ke USB yakhe ongasekho uSergeant Mapena.
So there's nothing prevented you when you departed from Fosloras court destined to Moroka police station from using a freeway.
Ga gona ntho e le tshireleditseng gore le seke la shumisha tsela ela ya freeway ge le tloga kgorong ya Fosloras le ya Moroka police station.
Nka tlhalosha so yona be so mara gantši very shumisha discretion ke tsona ka be ka se re na lo change ditsela for the safety of ourselves or re tshireletsega.
Indeed, there was nothing, my lord, that was preventing us from using the freeway. However, sometimes when we use our own discretion, especially for the safety, because we have accused people, then we would use alternative routes.
Impela ke akukho okwakusinqabela noma kwakuzivimba ukuthi sasingasebenzisa ke u-freeway, kodwa ke inkathi eziningi ke siye sisebenziseke noma ke sicabangele thina sebenzise yethu imicabango ngoba ke sibheka udaba lokuvikeleka kwethu nokuthi sihamba ke nabasolwa sishintshe ke umzila noma ke umgwaqo sihamba ngawo.
Yes, that I understand and I appreciate it, but the fact is you can change the route, but my worry is you stopped more than 3 times before you reach Moroka police station.
Ba kwishisha gore lena le ka khona gore le fetole ditsela le be motšhetse e leng gore lena le ka rata go di berekisha go ya ka mokgwa e leng gore lena le naganne ka bona eupia selo se e leng gore se a ba tshwenya gane jwale ke gore lena mo tseleng ya lena ge be le ya Moroka le eme nako tše ka fetang tše 3 goba makga a fetang a 3 ge be le ya Moroka police station.
Nka se fetolo ga re go gopola re eme ga tee nako la re reka metsi le disimba mara ka no ngopotsa gape ga gore phosho ya dira yona maybe a ke a e bona mo AVL list.
I would not be able to respond to 3 stops. However, you could maybe remind me. The only stop that I remember is the one when we went to buy water and then we drove to Moroka. However, maybe a mistake happens. You may be able to show me, as I did not see it on the AVL. I did not see those stops on the AVL.
Mhlambe wena kusungangitshengisa ke uma uthi ke sema amahlandla amathathu mina ngikhumbula ke lehlandla leli esema ngalo sothenga ke amanzi kanye nama chips uma kuukuthi angikubonanga ke la kumbiko we-AVL mhlambe usungangikhombisa.
All right. Just for the benefit of your information, I won't go as per the way I was asking you. I'll remind you that you stopped at the Ring Road. Do you remember that?
Ba batla go potsa ba ka se ka mokgwa e leng gore bentse ba le botšha ka gona ba tla go potsa gore lena le ile la ema mo mmileng mola wa Ring le sa gopola.
That is correct. Eboqiniso sema ke Ring Road.
You stopped at Chris Hani Road.
La ema gape mo mmileng mola wa Chris Hani.
I
do not recall us stopping there, but I am listening.
Just to remind you, I even said you stopped there for 10 minutes.
Do
you remember that?
Pele ke fetola re ka boela go yona ka e bona gape because a ke nya go fetola ntho ke sa gopolang because mabane o tšatšela mabane le fetile.
Before I respond, my lord, can we go back to that point, because I do not want to respond on something that I do not recall, as yesterday has passed.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiphenduleke lapho ukuthi ngema ke imizuzu eyishumi eChrisani eRoad ngicela ke sibuyele kuloko ngingaphenduleki into engingayazi ke noma engayikhumbuli ngoba ke ela izolo ke selidlulile.
All right, let's go to 0601
Barrego 0601
and 0611.
0611.
Same date.
Are you referring to the same date?
06, same date, the 19th.
Bar elona le church le wela di 19.
06.
Yes, I can see it.
Ngiyayibona ke manje.
And 0611, do you see that?
Le 0611 le a e bona?
Ngiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
0611 ngiyabona.
You said GPS unlocked until or near Krisani Road.
E ngotse gore GPS unlocked mo mmileng ola gaufi le mmila ola wa Chris Hani.
Ngiyayibona.
Yes, I see it.
Ngiyabona ke la bhalwe khona ke ukuthi GPS unlocked eduze ke nomgwaqo eKrizana.
That was the second stop, you agree?
Ore ke mo beleng hona gabedi la bobedi.
That's a good place,
Can council maybe indicate on what basis does it say GPS unlocked is equivalent to bring a vehicle to standstill?
No. I didn't say that. I said it reflects, according to the AVL, it shows GPS unlocked. That's what I said. Maybe I didn't hear myself, but it reflects GPS unlocked. Is that not so, Mr. Mkhata?
Ba re go ya ka AVL ye e bontsha gore e ngwadile GPS unlocked.
Ka ge mabane ke le fetotse ka lo tsore GPS unlocked a ke tse re ra go reng mara a sanga ra ema go bala be re driver.
Like I responded yesterday, my lord, I said I do not know what does GPS unlocked refers to. However, I recall that we never stopped, we were driving.
Bengishilo izolo ukuthi GPS unlocked lona ukuthi usho ukuthini angikwazi lokho noma angazi kodwa ke ngikubuleke simile sasiqhubeka ke sishayela noma sihamba.
All right, let's get to the third one. 15
Re go ya boraro.
At 15:58, you were driving.
Kana go rebe e re 15:38 le be le kgwetsa. 15:38. Is it 15:30 or
15:80? 15:58.
15:58.
Ngiyayibona.
Yes, I can see it.
Below it, it's 16:16.
Ka fase ga yona e re 16:16.
Yeah,
16:16.
or 16. Yeah, okay, 16:05 seconds. Ngiyayibona.
Yes, I see 16:16 and 05 seconds.
In terms of the AVL, what were you doing there? What?
Go ya ka AVL e re be le dirang mo
Koloi sale ya tima.
the vehicle ignition was turned off.
Ngoba le AVL ke ngo 16:16 lona ke ngibuzwa ngaye imoto icishiwe
Until 18:28.
Go fitlhella ka 18:28.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwaze washaya ke u18:28.
Were you still going to fetch the keys and the USB?
Le be le santse le ilo lata dinotlolo le USB.
Ka tshetse ke tlhalositse re fitlhile kwa ke ka mogare ga police station ya Moroka.
As I have previously explained, we arrived inside the Moroka police station.
Bese ngichazile ngaphambili ukuthi safika kwakungaphakathi police station yaseMoroka.
Ome Sergeant Mabena a tsena ka mogare.
And Sergeant Mabena went inside.
Wangena ke uSergeant Mabena ngaphakathi.
Gomme ba sale ba mthusha tsero mo charge office kana kana ba lo tsena go etelle gore ba founele motho a lebetse go di-key mo officing ya gagwe.
And
USB.
I think he was assisted at the charge office with maybe calling the particular person whom he had left his keys and the USB.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke babemsiza khona ke e-charge office ukuthi ke baxhumane nalomuntu ayeshiye ikhiya ne-USB e-office lakhe.
And gape ka re beile ka la bohlano batho ba chaishitse na go fihla ngola.
And again, as it was on a Friday, people had already knocked off when we arrived.
Futhi ke kwangolesihlanu abantu ke babesebe shayisile ke bephumile emsebenzini ngathi sifika khona lapha.
We la tlhalosha gore ba re motho wa tla a meemele.
And he explained that they informed him that that particular person was coming so he had to wait for that particular person.
Uchazileke ukuthi bathe kuyena umuntu loyo ke uyeza acela ukuthi amlinde.
And that is the reason that made us to stop for such a long time.
Isizathu ke leso esabangela ukuthi ke simeke lesi isikhathi eside kanje.
Who will come and confirm that evidence? Because who will come and confirm that evidence? Because Sergeant Mabena is no more, and there's no name of the person Sergeant Mabena spoke to.
Kimang okatlang a tlo tlhatsela dilo tšetšeo di bolelang a dumelana le tsona ka lebaka la gore lephodisa Sergeant Mabena ga a sa phela gape ga gona motho o e leng gore wa bolelwa leina la motho le le bolelwang gore Mabena o be a emetše mang. If I knew who that person was, I was going to tell the court. However, I did not see that particular person as I was seated with Mr. Ntanzi in the vehicle.
Kumele ufuna ukwazike ukuthi manje ke isiqinisekiso salokho sizotholakala kanjani ngoba ke uMabena akasekho ke emhlabeni, alikho ke negama lalomuntu angena akhuluma naye ngaphakathi. Futhi uma bekuthi bengilazi igama laloyo muntu bengizoyitshela ke lenkantolo ngeshwa ke mina kanjani ngimbone ngangihlezi noNtanzi emotweni.
I'll ask the court to reject that part of evidence.
Ba re bone ba tlo gopela kgoro gore e gane botlhatsi bowe balena bo khibo le bolelang ka bone ba gore lile la yema Mabena a tsena Mabena a tswa a le tlhalosetsa ba re ba tlo gopela gore kgoro e gane botlhatsi bowe.
A ke tsebe kgoro e tla decide gore ya botse gore ba e botse.
I do not know. I will leave that in the hands of the court.
Ukuthi ke uzocela inkantolo ke ukuthi lobo bufakazi lobo ke ingabamukeli angazi mina isinqumo sothathwa inkantolo leso.
Did you transport accused number 2 on the 13th of July 2020?
Ka di 13 ja July 2020 lile la sepedisha molatofatšwa wa bobedi
a sa gopola gare tshwanetse ke tsona be rile ka gare be re sepela di pleke tše dintši nka se re aowa mara most of the time ba sepelana mara e le gona be re ya kae ka tlhaloša botse ta kgona go araba.
I do not recall. Perhaps if I could be given a location where we were going, myself and the accused, because in most of the occasions I would be the one that was transporting him. However, I do not recall where were we going on the 13th. I will not say yes, I was transporting him, or no, I was not transporting him, since I do not recall.
Ukuthi ke nge 13 zika July ngahamba naye ke umsolo wesibili kunyaka ka 2020 angeke ngithi yebo angeke ngithi cha mhlambe ke uma kuukuthi ngakhunjuzwa ke ukuthi sasiya kuphi nendawo ke ngoba ke ningi indawo la sasiya ngakhona ke futhi ke isikhathi esiningi wayehamba nami.
Yes, I'll remind you, because that was the first day accused number 2 appeared in Tlhabane court.
Barbatla go botsa ka lebaka la gore ke lone letšatši la mathomo mo molatofatšwa wa bobedi a ileng a tswelela kgorong ya Tlhabane.
That is not correct.
Hello? There's no?
That is not correct.
I see, it's not correct.
That's the version I'm putting to him.
Bare ke ntho e leng gore ba ya le botsa gore lena molatofatšwa o tsweletše ka di 19 June
13 July 2020. That's the version of
Futhi ke ummeli uzokukhumbuza noma uzomtshela ubufakazi ukuthi ke lelo langa lelo ke aqeda ukulisho ke manje lazo lange 13 kuyena ke uNtulikazi ku 2020 kwakuyilanga lokuqala ayovela ngalo enkantolo ke umsola wesibili umshushisi ke uyaphikisa uthi cha akusilona iqiniso lelo.
Asennete ka wa ka tšhatšhite ke iswereng o tsweletše pela ga kgoro ya Tlhabane ka di 22 of 6 2020 date of appearance e bontšha ka mo setlankaneng sa tšhatšhite.
That is incorrect. As the charge sheet that I have in my possession, it reflects that the accused appeared on the 22nd of June 2020 in Tlhabane Court.
Akusilona-ke iqiniso lelo uyasho-ke nayo ifakazi manje kumshushisi eshilo ukuthi-ke kwakungeyi-22 kuyena-ke uNhlangulana 2020 uma umsolo wesibili eyobingelela imantshi ihlandla lokuqala eTlhabane.
gape ka di-13 tsa June be ke so kopanile yena 13 July. Okay, no, sorry
My apologies, the witness just said on the 13th of June he had not met the accused. However, as he is corrected, he apologizes.
Sorry, Miss Sergeant, what was the charge on the 22nd of June, as you say,
Mulato obe
Tlhabane,
barositse
when accused number 2 appeared?
molato obe barositse molatofatswa e be e leng ge ne a tswelela kgorong.
really possession of unlicensed live ammunition.
Possession of unlicensed live ammunition, my lord.
Iqala-ke awayelithweswa njengoba ngithi-ke wavela-ke ngeyi-22 kuNhlangulana 2020 kwakuwukutholakala-ke nazo iy'nhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Sir, I've just informed the court that I don't have the records for the AVL on the 22nd of June 2020. Neither the logbook of the vehicle that were driving on the 22nd of June 2020. And yet you want the court to believe that accused number 2 is misleading the court or is not telling the truth.
Ba re bona ba fetsa go botsa kgoro gore ga bana tsona di-document tša AVL gape le di-logbook tša gore di-22 tša June molatofatswa o be a le gona kua kgorotshekelo gape le nagane jwale le nyaka gore kgoro e dumele gore molatofatswa ga a bolele nnete.
Advocate Ngomezulu, I need AVL go bana bohlatse ya gore bonganisa dintanzi o tsweletse pele ga kgoro ya Tlhabane shibo ke e tšhatšhite a ke tsona a le nako e exhibit RR she.
Advocate Ngomezulu, we do not need the AVL records or the logbook to show that the accused appeared at Tlhabane Court. We have evidence here which is marked as Exhibit RR that Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi appeared in Tlhabane Court.
Asidingi-ke i-AVL kuloko kushoyo ukuthi-ke ngale langa-ke lange-22 kuNhlangulana uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi wabingelela-ke imantshi yaseTlhabane nayo i-charge sheet ngiyiphethe kumina bayiphawulile-ke nanjengo-Exhibit RR.
Because you're an officer, you will not need it. I don't think you'll see the relevance of that AVL. But let me just put it this way, just to cut matters short. On the 13th of July, 2020, that's the first time accused number 2 was changed his clothes. Constable Buthelezi phoned the girlfriend to bring the clothes of accused number 2 because they were in a hurry for him to appear in court. He was not going to appear in court on the clothes that he was wearing on that day.
Bare lena ka lebaka la gore le lephodisa
Since he was arrested.
le ka se bone botlhokwa ba gore di AVL je we ba di tlhokela jwaje ba re bona molatofatswa ka di 13 tša July go ba ka se tswelele kgorong a be a apere dikobo tše be a di apere go tlogelle nako ela a sale a tshwarwa jwaje lephodisa Buthelezi le ile la letsetša moratiwa wa molatofatswa wa bobedi le mmotša gore a tliše dikobo tše di swa ka go itlhakanela gore molatofatswa a tlo kgona gore a fetole dikobo tše tlabeng a di apere e seng a tswelele kgorong ka dikobo tšela tše ba di apere nako e ge be a tshwarwa.
A tlo ke ngwe ke ganana le lena ka re go gopola botse motho o ba dila ka diaparo le family gantši be le dele Sergeant Mabena a ke tsona bothelesi o tsena kae mo ka gore neno ba go no escort.
Advocate Mbomezulu, I would dispute that type of a version because the person that was dealing with the family and the changing of clothing, it's the late Mr. Mabena.
Yes.
Because Mr. Buthelezi, he was just escorting us. I do not know how does he feature on the change of clothes.
Engizokutshela kona ke ukuthi kusho ummeli ke kufakazi uConstable Buthelezi waze ke waxhumana ke nentombi yakhe ke umsola wesibili ke ukuthi ilethe ingubo zokuthi ke ashintshe noma ke agqoke ngoba wayengazi ngoba ngeke ahamba enkantolo ngazo lezo i13 ka July esagqoke leziyana bekade egqokile ngaphambili. Uthi ke maphendula ufakazi ukuthi ke Advocate Mbomezulu angazi ke noma ke ngizophikisana ke nalokho okushoyo ukuthi uButhelezi uhlangana kuphi ke nokulethwa kweimpahla zokuthi kuyashintshe agqoke umsolo wesibili ngoba ke yena wayesiphelezela Escort nje kuphela. Umuntu okwakuyena ke owayexhumana nomndeni ukuthi ke kulethwe ke impahla noma ke ingubo zokuthi agqoke kwakungasekho noma useshonile uConstable Mabena.
Okay, but you will not dispute the fact that accused number 2 on that day was the first time to change his clothing.
Ifela lena le ka tsane le bona ga ba re molatofatso wa bobedi e be la matho le khala mathomo a apara dikobo tse dingwe judge leo.
Nkagana na lena ga re go gopola botse Sergeant Mabena o ile a rentša diaparo tša gage mara ke sa gopola ditleleni mara tsona sa le diatla.
I dispute that because if I remember very well, Sergeant Mabena arranged for the accused clothes. When did they bring the accused clothes? I would not recall. And my lord, I see accused number 2 is raising his hand.
Phambi ukuthi umelaze kwena ke uthi ke kulokho ke kodwa ngeke kuphikiseke ukuthi ngalela langa la nge-13 ka July kwakuqala ukuthi alethele ezinye impahla ke accused number 2 uthi ke ngizophikisa ke lokho ngoba ke uMabena wozalethwa ke kodwa ngazi ukuthi nje bayiletha nini.
Thank you, Madam. May I just clarify this, Mr. Mukhani? According to the instructions of accused number 2, there is Buthelezi, the friend to accused number 2, and Leboheng, the girlfriend of accused number 2.
Bare nke ba tlhakishe taba e gona le motho o eleng gore ke mogwera wa molatofatšwa wa bobedi e ba mmitšang ka Buthelezi gape gona le Lebogeng e leng ngwanyana o ratanang le molatofatšwa wa bobedi. I am listening.
Ngimlalele ke uma uthi ukhona uButhelezi okuwumngani wakhe umsolo wesibili bese khona ke noLebogeng okuyena othandana naye ke umsolo wesibili.
According to his version, he says Constable Mabena or the late Mabena is the one who spoke to Lebogang to bring the clothes.
ba re go ya ka yena molatofatšo wa bobedi o re mohu Mabena ke yena a boletšeng le ngwaninyana a ratanang le molatofatšo wa bobedi gore a tiše dikobo tša gagwe
ka re tšetše ke boletše e ka lo ba nnete ka re ke rile ke Sergeant Mabena o ba ga le a thuša ka lefapha leo le a diaparo le family ya gagwe le gore girlfriend ya gagwe ke mang a ke tsebe lebitso.
As I have stated that it was Sergeant Mabena that was dealing with the clothing, it could be true that he had spoken to those people. However, on who the girlfriend is, I do not know.
Uthi ke ummeli uMabena ke wayikhulumisana noLebogang ukuthi bekuyena ke olethe ingozi ukuthi ke aqoke ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi impela ongasekho ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi ke igama lentombi ke athandana nayo ubani lokho ke angikwazi.
And my correction was based on the fact that the clothes were brought by Buthelezi, who is the friend of accused number 2, and not Constable Buthelezi. I was under the impression because he said that Buthelezi also testified in court.
Bare bona be ba ke phošolla mo tabeng yela ya gore dikobo di tlišitšwe ke Buthelezi mogwera wa molatofatšwa e seng Constable Buthelezi gobane molatofatšwa ba botše gore Buthelezi wa gona le yena o boletše kgorong.
Nka sa gale gore dikobo diaparo di tlile mara nka se tsebe botse di tlile neng di tlile le mang nka ba re ra kgonega re tlosa Sergeant Mabena a tle a hlatse go maroba le gago.
My Lord, I will not dispute on who has brought the clothes. However, I would not know when were the clothes brought, and if it was possible, we would resurrect Sergeant Mabena so that he come and testify, and then he goes back and rest in peace.
Uthi ke ummeli ebe lapho ke umsolo wesibili bemlungisa khona ke bemtshela ngobuthelezi ke ngoba ummeli yena becabanga ukuthi ke uConstable Buthelezi ngokushilo ke ukuthi uButhelezi onikezile ngobufakazi la enkantolo engikwazi ukuthi yebo ingubo zona ke zalethwa ukuthi zalethwa nini lethwa ubani ke angazi ke noma ngeke ngikwazi ke lokho mhlawumbe kuba bengenzeka ke bese ngathi sibuyise yena ke uMabena uma seqedile ukuchaza abuyeleke kuyona ke indawo yakhe yokulala ngokuthula.
The last question. When you were traveling from Pretoria North to Carltonville and to Rustenburg, were there any toll gates that you had to pass through?
Bare kutšo ya mafelelo gebe le sepela le tloga Pretoria North la ya Carltonville la boya la ya Phokeng go be go na le di-toll gate mo mmileng tše be le feta go tšona.
A ka re ya Phokeng ke tše mmalwa.
When we were going to Phokeng, there were few toll gates.
Ingabe ke uma nihamba ke eCarltonville Pretoria North iPhokeng ngaba khona yini ama toll gates enadlula kuona ke yebo ke ePhokeng ayekhona ke ambalwa ke.
Thank you, my lord.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Mnisi.
Just few aspects.
Yes.
Please, my lord, just before Advocate Mrs. starts with cross-examination, there's a witness who's outside who's only available today, my lord. The expert on car movement, and I'm just wondering if we cannot stand down the cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani so that we take his evidence.
Mr. Mnisi, you're the boss. What do you say?
I've got an objection, my lord.
He says he doesn't have an objection. Are you able to attend court until about 3:30?
le ka kgona gore le dile kgorong go fitlhelela motlhomo metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya boraro.
Re tla ema ke matsogong a lena.
I will wait, my lord, as I'm in your hands.
But I don't have money to buy you lunches.
Ba re ga bana tšhelete ya go le rekela metsi le mazimba.
Okay. This evidence will stand down then.
Botlhatsi ba lena bo tla ema nakonyana go sana le tlhatsi e nngwe e leng gore e tlamehile e fane ka botlhatsi.
Ngiyacela umshushisi ukuthi ke ake emeke uSergeant Mufane kunofakazi ke oyena ke otholakala nje namhlanje phela ke lona ungoti ke mayelana nokuhamba kwemoto noma ke ungoti kule AVL report.
We are indebted to my learned friends and the court's indulgence. The state calls the next witness is Mr. Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Dupree, my lord. The witness name is not on the list.
Okay.
The witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit MM2. My lord, I've indicated to my learned friends this morning that the witness has printed his own report, my lord. It's exactly the same as exhibit MM2. However, he split his report in terms of dates: the 1st of June, the 5th of June, the 16th of June, the 18th of June, the 19th of June, as well as the 20th of June, my lord.
Okay.
There will thus be cross-reference between his bundle that he printed as well as exhibit MM2 that has already been handed up. We just request, my lord, that his bundle that he printed be handed up as exhibit MM2. Maybe just to distinguish it from the existing exhibit MM2, we can call it exhibit MM2A.
MM2A, ne?
Yes, MM2A. I'll just ask my learned friend just to add A to the exhibit.
Which language do you prefer to testify in, sir?
My lord, I'll do it in English.
English. Okay. Yes, sir, the witness.
Your full name, please.
Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I'll do.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sorry.
Mr. Dupree, where do you work?
My lord, I work for a company called Sea-Track Fleet Management.
Sea-Track.
That's correct.
Mr. Dupree uthi-ke usebenzela inkampani ebizwa-ke ukuthi-ke i-Sea-Track Fleet Management.
And what is your position at that company? In what capacity are you employed by that company?
I'm currently employed in the capacity of the Chief Operations Officer.
Isikhundla sami-ke enginaso noma engisibambile-ke lapho-ke ngiyinhloko-ke kuyindlela-ke yokusebenza noma ekwenziwa ngayo-ke umsebenzi, Chief Operations Officer.
And what type of duties do you perform in the company?
My Lord, I'm primarily responsible for the operational execution within the company. That includes the everyday operations and also then training within the operations.
Mina ke okwami ukubheka ke nje ukuthi ukwenziwa komsebenzi ke malanga namalanga ke nokunikeza futhi ke ngoqeqesha laba kufanele ukuthi ke baqeqeshwe noma ke bathole training ngaphakathi ke emsebenzini.
And what type of company is C-Track Fleet Management?
My Lord, C-Track provides fleet management solutions to the broader public and public sector, private sector, whereby we supply or provide solutions that allows various companies and individuals to manage their vehicle fleets and assets.
Okwethu ke ukuthi ke thina ke kumphakathi ke nenkampani ethize ke sinikezeke ngomsebenzi lapho na ke abantu bakwisimo ke noma bakhonayo ukuthi ke babheke ke ukuhamba ke ezimoto zabo.
Can you just explain, if you say providing a solution, what do you mean?
Solutions are provided by installing various types of hardware to vehicles or assets, allowing customers to view the asset in a platform that allows them to manage such asset to the better of the business.
Thina ke sikwenza ukuthi ke sinikeza ke kwinkampani ke kubantu ke abayimele ke inhlobo ke ethize zaloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama hardware kanye futhi ke nendlela ke sinikeze ke ixazululo kwindlela ke zokuthi umuntu akwazi noma inkampani ikwazi ke ukuthi ke ibheke ilandelele ibone ke ukuthi lokho akukwakhe noma bakunayo ke noma imoto noma yini ihamba kuphi isebenza kanjani.
And for how long have you been attached to C-Track Fleet Management?
My Lord, I started my employment in 2001, so that makes it around about 22 years.
Ngaqala ke ukusebenza khona lana ke ngo-2001 okusho ukuthi iminyaka ewu-22 leyo.
You have prepared a bundle of documents that serves as Exhibit MM2 in brackets A.
That is correct, my Lord.
You have also been shown Exhibit MM2, is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord.
Nawo ke ama-bundles lana ke noma ama-documents alungiselwe yimina naye ku MM2 lona ke ekuyena lesetshenziswa la enkantolo ngimtshengisiwe.
Can you put on record the type of training that you underwent?
My Lord, in the 22 years that I've been employed in the company, we started off with product training at the time, and as time progressed, I was involved in training, development of old products, current products, new products, and also closely involved in the design of the product within the company on functions and features. So the product as it is today, I'm fairly confident that I understand and know how it works from beginning to end.
Uqala ke uma sesiqala ke uqeqesho esaluthola ke noma ngalithola ke ngakuyona ke inkampani kwakuqeqeshwa ke mayelana ke neproduct ke ngamagama lokho esisebenza ngakho noma lokho esikusebenzisayo ngokuhamba ke kweminyaka ke ila embe ingxenye khona ke eqeqesheni ke mayelana nayo ke iproduct leyo ekuyithuthukiseni kanye futhi ke ngasho ke manje ukuthi kule minyaka ewu-22 ke le product leyo ke ukuthi ke product ke engiyaziyo ke ukusebenza kwayo.
Is there someone within the company, within C-Track Fleet Management, who's called upon to testify on the product from time to time?
My Lord, that mostly falls on my responsibility to do such in various types of courts or disciplinary hearings.
Kumina ke noma ke umsebenzi ke noma ngithwala lowo ke esemahlombe ami ke ukuthi ke ngiye ke kwizinkantolo ezahlukahlukeneke noma ke gawu ke zoqondiswa kwezigwegwe la uma kufanele ukuthi kube nomuntu onikezwa ngobufakazi.
Can you just place your experience on record as far as testifying in court is concerned?
My Lord, if memory serves me right, I've been testifying in various courts for at least 14 plus years, testifying on the functionality, features, product specification, the application thereof, how it is deployed in the field, how it functions, what information it provides. I've testified in high court, criminal, civil. I've testified in regional courts, CCMA matters, normal disciplinary matters. So I think I've covered the spectrum of courts, Madam.
Ngathi ke iminyaka ke 14 nokuya ngaphezulu ke nginikeza ubufakazi noma ngithula ubufakazi ke kwizinkantolo ephakeme. CMA kwindawo nje ezahlukahlukeneke ngichaza ke ngokusebenza kwayo ke le product lena ke ukuthi ke isetshenziswa kanjani ke nokuthi futhi ifaka kanjani.
Are you involved in any training regarding the product?
My Lord, the training department currently reports to me, so yes, I'm closely involved in training of staff members as well as clients of ours on the functionality and features of the solutions we provide.
Laba ke noma ke section lena ke ye training ke bona ba report kumina ke ukuthi ngisebenzisana nabo ke ngiyabaqeqesha ke abangaphakathi ke emsebenzini kanye futhi nawo ama clients ke nawo ngiyabanikeza ke uqeqesho ukuthi ke ama feature kanye futhi nendlela yokusebenza kwayo I product lena ukuthi ihamba kanjani.
Are you involved in any training beyond the shores of this country?
My Lord, I've been involved in training in the middle, or what do I call it, Middle East, not really Middle East, but the eastern side of our world, in Malaysia. I've worked in Australia on projects. I've worked in America, Africa. So yeah, that's the extent of my services abroad.
Ngisebenzile ke kwindawo eziningi ke la noma nginikeza khona ke uqeqesho noma ke I-training eAmerica ke ichazile iAfrica iAustralia kanye futhi ke neMalaysia.
Now, does your company, Sea-Track Fleet Management, have any relationship with the South African Police Service?
Yes, my Lord. Sea-Track Fleet Management provides solutions or a solution to the South African Police Force in terms of a AVL system, automated vehicle locator, that we install in the SAPS vehicles.
Yebo siyasebenzisana ke namaphoyisa ke aseNingizimu Afrika kwimoto zabo ke sifaka lokhu ke noma ke system ebizwa ngokuthi ke iAVL.
Mr. Dupree, you can continue and tell the court in your own words how this product works and the nature of the relationship with the South African police.
My Lord, the nature of the relationship with the South African Police Force is we've been awarded a tender to install these tracking devices in this SAPS fleet. We've been doing so for a number of years, and the system entails that we...
Just a minute. Just give the interpreter a chance.
Indlela ke esisebenza ngayo namaphoyisa ke ukuthi sanikezwa ke lo msebenzi phecelezi ke le tender ke yokuthi sifake ke kwimoto zabo ke le system ke lena ibizwa ngokuthi iyona iAVL futhi ke sekuyiminyaka ke sisebenzisana nabo.
It involves our staff installing hardware in the SAPS vehicles. This hardware is equipped with a GPS.
Lokho ke kuhlanganisa ke noma kufaka ke ukuthi ke abasebenzi bethu ke noma istaff sethu ke bafake ke ama hardware kwimoto zawo amaphoyisa ke futhi leyo hardware leyo ke ine GPS.
There's also a GSM modem with a SIM card in it, and this device is then connected to the wiring of the SAPS vehicle.
SIM card. Futhi ke kufakwa ke okubizwa ngokuthi ke imodem ke kuyona ke le imodem ke eGMS ene SIM card kuyona.
Can I just explain?
What did you say after the SIM card? Sorry.
Connected to the vehicle.
Okay. Futhi ke yona ke ehlanganiswa noma ke connectwa ke kuyona ke imoto.
Can I ask you to explain these technical terms as you go along? GPS stands for?
GPS represents Global Positioning System. That is just a normal location service. Allows us to know where the vehicle is.
General picture.
GPS, Global Positioning System.
iGPS yona ke i-Global Positioning System yona ke echazayo ke ukuthi noma ke ikunikeza ke ukuthi ikuphi nendawo ke.
Yes, and GSM?
GSM is the cellular network, the simple term for it, as we all know it. So it's just a means of communication from the device to another environment. So it's communication, cellular communication.
Lana ke iGSM lona ke uxhumana ke lokho okhona ke phakathi kwayo i-device lena ke kanye futhi ke ne-location noma indawo ke ethize.
Yes. The system would then allow, the system installed is connected to the vehicle, and that allows us to know whether the vehicle is switched on, switched off, is it traveling, is it standing still, at which speed is it, and where is it.
Lana ke lokhu nje lokuxhumana lokhu ke la engithi khona ke lokuxhumana phakathi kwale system ebizwa ngokuthi iGSM yona ke esichazelayo ukuthi imoto yenzani, imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto ixeshiwe ke futhi ke isiphi isivinini ehamba ngaso.
The data collected on the vehicle is then relayed or transferred or transmitted over the GSM network to a centralized environment located in numerous.
Let's take that slow. Can you repeat? Let's take that slow. Can you repeat?
The data provide or
raise your voice then.
The data recorded
Yes.
by the system on the vehicle.
Yes. Lokhu ke noma le mininingwane etholakalayo ke iyayo imoto ekhona ke. Yes.
Is transmitted via the GSM network, the cellular network.
Iyandluliswa ke idluliswa ngayo ke le network lena ke ibizwa ngokuthi iGSM
to a centralized environment in numerous.
Ithathwa ke isiwe ke kwindawo ke centralized noma ke emaphakathi ke kulona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi i-numerous.
And what is numerous?
That's it's the numerous is just a building name. That is the premises of the State Information Technology Agency.
State
Information.
or SITA.
Yeah, SITA.
Lana ke nje unumerous lona ke kusho nje ability ke ukuthi ke ngathi ke State Information Technology Agency.
The AVL data is housed in this environment, and from this environment it can be accessed by registered users.
Lana ke manje ke le information ke manje ke ila indluliswa noma ke igcinwa khona lapho ke ukusuka lapho ke ingathi ke manje isiyandluliswa noma ke futhi ikwazi utholwa yilaba abanelungelo noma abamele ukuthi ke bayisebenzise.
Such registered users, my lord, will only have access to vehicles that they are allowed to see or is allocated to their cost center.
Futhi ke labo ke bazokwazi noma bazokhona kuphela ke ukuthi babone imoto abayisebenzisayo abasebenza ngazo noma abanelungelo lokuthi ke bayibone.
Just to make it simple, that a specific police station will only have access to that police station's vehicle, and certain divisions within that police station will only have access to their specific division's vehicle. So it's not everybody seeing everybody's vehicles.
Ukwenza nje ukuthi kubelula ke ukuchaza ke lokho ukuthi ke isiteshi esithize samaphoyisa isona ke esizokhona ke ukuthi siboneke izimoto zabo ke futhi ke uhlaka ke oluthule noma ke iunit ethile kuleyo police station leyo bazobona izimoto eziwa ngaphansi kwaleyo unit leyo, akusi ukuthi ubani uzobona ke abheke noma yini.
All this data collated over a period of time is then stored in a database.
Futhi konke ke yonke le mininingwane manje ke ese ihlanganisiwe ke etholakele ngesikhathi noma ngokuhamba ke kwesikhathi izo ifakwa ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-database.
And from in with this data, users, authorized users, can gain access to historical data of a vehicle for a defined period.
Futhi ke laba abaselungelweni ke noma abavumelekile ke ukuthi babheke ke noma basebenzise lezo imoto lezo ke bazokhona ukuthi manje babheke ke isikhathi ke esithize bebheka imoto ethize.
Hence, users being available to compile data like we have in court today, giving detailed data of a vehicle over a period of time, though it be a number of years later.
Ingakho ke labo ke abavumelekile ke noma ke abanelungelo ke bekhona ke noma bekwazi ke ukuthi manje baletheke lokhu ezizwe nako ke la enkantolo namhlanje ke lo mbiko ke noma ke le data ke noma sekudlule isikhathi seminyaka ethize.
I think that's about the system in a nutshell, my lord.
Indlela ke isystem leyo esebenza ngayo.
And once the registered users are able to access the data, how is that information then packaged?
My lord, depending on the type of report compiled, and I'll use the reports in question we have in front of us today.
Kuya ngokuthi ke umbiko okanjani ke ngokufuna ukwazi ke uma ngabe lo mbiko manje usohlanganisiwe ke ugcinwa kanjani ke kuya ngokuthi umbiko kanjani ke ngizosebenzisa lona ke engize nawo la enkantolo namuhla.
A report will be compiled based on a specific vehicle identification or registration number.
Umbiko uzohlanganiswa ke uma kuya ngokuthi ke no osikunikiwe ke noma imininingwane esinikiwe yemoto okufana ke ne registration
and a period of time.
Kanye futhi nesikhathi imoto lesi esetshenziswe ngaso.
On the requesting the report, a command is executed whereby data for this period is then extracted from the database.
Uma ke kutholakala ke isicelo noma umbiko lona ke kukhishwa ke umbiko ngokumayela nesikhathi esithize.
It is then provided in a visible format on a computer screen.
Bese iyakhishwa ke la ibonakala khona ke ku screen se computer,
from where the user can then print such document in a PDF format.
Bese kuthi loyo ke manje uyakwazi ke ukuthi uyayiprinta ke noma lokho kubonayo ku computer uyaprinta kule format ke ebizwa ngokuthi noma kule ndlela ke ebizwa ngokuthi i-PDF.
And the document can be reproduced a number of times in the exact same format with the exact same data. So what I'm trying to say is it's reproducible, and it would be the same if whether I produce it today or I produce it in 3 years' time or I produce it for 3 years ago, it would be the same data.
Noma ke ungayenza ke noma isikhathi sesithinike noma ungakhipha namuhla kweminyaka elandelayo ke emithathu noma kwiminyaka endlulile emithathu izophuma ingendlela eyodwa usho ukuthi ke angeke kushintshe lutho.
Did you receive a request in this matter regarding a specific vehicle?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi isicelo ngasithola ke kuleli cala mayelana nemoto ethize.
And upon receiving these requests, what did you do?
My lord, upon receiving the request, we extracted the data from the SAPS AVL database.
Uma sesisicelo leso sicelo leso ke sayikhipha ke idata leyo ke kwi AVL ye-SAPS
and produced a paper copy we have here today.
Esasikhipha ke amakhophi ke ephepha ke noma ke paper copy le esinayo ke la namuhla.
You're referring to exhibit MM2 in brackets A, the one that you've printed?
That is correct, my lord.
Khuluma ngalena ke engiyiprintile.
There's also an A3 version, exhibit MM2. Can you just identify that for us?
Yes, my lord. This version MM2 is an exact copy of the version or the documents I compiled. This is just in a different form factor, being that it was printed on A3 paper with a lot of the headings and stuff removed to gain real estate, to have more data on a single page.
Lena ke enkulu ke esinayo ke ekuyilena ke esetshenziswayo ke la enkantolo iyona ke ngamashi lena ke mina ke engiyiprintile ukuthi nje umehluko kuyona ke ukukhishwe nje ama topics la kubhaliwe ke khona ke ngaphezulu kodwa iyona futhi yenziwe ke kwi A3.
Can you just perhaps explain to the court what information is supplied by the C-track system?
My lord, the information supplied would be the vehicle itself, the registration of it.
Imininingwane ezokhishwa ke iyona ke uSitrank lona ke imayela nemoto i-registration.
It will also reflect the bobby number as we refer it to. That's the B registration plate linked to that specific registration number.
Futhi ke izokhipha ke lokuthi na ke esikubiza ke njenge bobby number ile B registration plate iyayo ke moto leyo.
It will also then display the date and the time.
Izochaza ke ilanga noma ke i-date kanye nesikhathi.
The vehicle status is reflected, and the vehicle status would be: is the vehicle driving? Is it switched off? What is the vehicle doing at that particular date and time?
Isizochaza ke nesimo ke sayo imoto. Masikhuluma ngesimo ke sikhuluma ngokuthi imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto iyaduma ngaleso sikhathi leso.
It will also display the speed and the odometer of the vehicle, the odometer being the delta that refers to the distance traveled between two positions.
Isizochaza ke nesivinini imoto ehamba ngaso ke ibese ichaza ke naloko kubizwa ngokuthi i-auto ke ibanga ke phakathi kweindawo ezimbili ezahlukene imoto ehambile ngaleso sikhathi.
And then the location of the vehicle is reflected as a point of reference on the map, and also a longitude and latitude.
Bese chaza ke i-location noma ke indawo leyo ke kwi-map ke engathi ke imoto etholakala ekuyona noma la ikhona.
And how does the AVL system works? What events are described and reported by the AVL unit?
My lord, if I can try and put them in some form of logical order, it would show the vehicle starting.
Mangaqala ngalendlela ngisho ngalendlela ke izotshengisa ke imoto uma iduma dunyiswa.
Then it would show the vehicle when it's driving.
Izotshengisa ke imoto uma ihamba.
It will show the vehicle when it's stationary but still idling.
Izotshengisa ke imoto uma imile kodwa isaduma.
It will show the driver behavior in the form of either overspeeding or harsh braking.
Izotshengisa ke nesimo ke somshayeli ke lana sikhuluma ngokuthi ke weqile kwisivinini noma futhi ke indlela ke abamba ngayo ama brake.
And then it will show the vehicle being switched off again, the ignition being off.
Izotshengisa ke noma ke imoto icishwa ke ingasadumi.
And then obviously there would be various alarm types. For instance, if the battery is disconnected, it would give you a battery tamper.
Noma ukuthi ke mhlambi ke kunenkinga ekhona ke ebhetrini ke izokutshela ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke okwenzakeleke noma okwenzakalayo ngayo ibhetri.
I think that's about the highlights of the status has been available.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke yilokho ke ekhuluma ke noma kusho ke ngesimo ke sayo.
Right, and can we maybe ask you to explain the various terminology like GPS unlock?
My Lord, the term GPS unlock, and maybe I should just go one back. For a GPS to give a position,
Uma ngabuya la umuva ke uma khulunywa nge-GPS unlocked. Ukuthi ke GPS ikunikeze ke i-location noma indawo ke.
that specific receiver in the C-track unit
Leyo ke itholayo noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-receiver kuyona ke i-unit leyo ye-C-track.
needs to receive data from a number of GPS satellites orbiting the Earth.
Ifanele ke ukuthi ke ithole ke manje ke noma ke ithole ke kuma satellite ahlukene kodwa ingatholi kweyodwa i-satellite.
How many satellites, Marlon?
To give a position with a longitude, latitude, and altitude, you would need a minimum of 4 satellites data to being available.
Kuzodingeka ke ukuthi ke uthole ke i-data ke kuma satellites angawu-4.
Given the device have 4 satellites available, we will give a accurate longitude, latitude, and altitude, which is then reverse geocoded to a point on a map, which will then give you a coordinate.
Lokho ke uma sewutholike lama satellites awu-4 ke wona ke manje isizokunikeza ke indawo osungabheka noma ubheke kuyona ke kuyona i-map noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-coordinate.
In the absence of data from 4 or more satellites, the system would not be able to give longitude, latitude, and altitude, and in the absence of such, we would then refer to a status as GPS unlock.
Manje ke uma kuwukuthi ke awutholi ke imininingwane ke noma ke i-data ke kulama satellites awu-4 noma ke angaphezulu kwawu-4 yilapho ke manje esizokunikeza ke isimo noma ke i-status lesi ke la ishoyo ukuthi manje i-GPS unlocked.
While in this GPS unlock state, the last valid position recorded would be the prevailing position.
Usekuyena ke lowo GPS unlocked indawo yokugcina ke kuzoba ke iyona ke leyo ke noma indawo leyo yangaleso sikhathi.
And that's only being done because that is the last valid data being available, my Lord.
Ngoba ke lokho kuzobe ke kuyiyona ke idata yokugcina ke esebe engasetshenziswa noma ekhona ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And can a driver of a vehicle tamper with the system in any way?
My Lord, these devices are installed in out of sight and without the driver or the user of the vehicle knowing where it is installed. It is, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's unlikely that a individual would just fiddle with it.
Umshushu sifuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi uyakwazi yini umshayeli wemoto ukuthi-ke angaphazamisana-ke nokusebenza kwale ndlela-ke noma nokusebenza-ke kwale system. Mephendula-ke uthi uma ngabe isifakwa-ke kuleyo moto efakwa kuyona-ke ifakwa kungekho-ke obonayo noma-ke akaboni-ke asisho-ke umshayeli kodwa nje ayibona uma ngabe ifakwa indawo le efakwa kuyona-ke uthi angeke athi-ke akusiyona into engeke yenzekeke kodwa-ke nje akacabangi njena-ke ukuthi kayinto-ke elula-ke nje ukuthi umuntu angayenza ukuthi aphazamisane-ke nokusebenza kwale system.
And can the data that is stored on the numerous, the SITA, as we explained, be tampered with in any way?
My Lord, without a very intimate knowledge of the system, it is virtually impossible. The data is protected by various firewalls, encryption. It is stored in an environment that is designed to store data, and then data is also stored in a very definite sequence.
Kunzima kakhulu-ke usiyabiza ukuthi manje kwi-BLD-ke noma kwindawo noma isitha le uyichazileke khona-ke lapho kulula yini ukuthi-ke uphazamise nje ukusebenza kwale ndlela-ke uthi-ke uma-ke ungenalo-ke ulwazi olujulile-ke lokusebenza kwayo le system lena-ke uthi yinto nje ekungalula-ke ukuthi ungayenza-ke futhi nangendlela futhi egcinwa ngayo nendawo-ke egcinwa kuyona-ke.
Hence, if somebody tries to alter data, the chronological order of data would appear out of sequence and out of logical reason, which will then reflect as tampered with. And you can always go back and just compile a new report, and the original will be there if somebody finds means to tamper with it.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke umuntu uthola indlela-ke yokuthi-ke aphazamisane-ke nokusebenza kwayo-ke izothi uma iphuma-ke ila uzoyibona khona-ke ukuthi-ke ukulandelelana-ke kokwenzeka-ke kwezahlakalo noma kwezinto-ke yila usungakhona khona-ke ukuthi ubuyele emuva-ke manje uyoyikhipha-ke kahle-ke ngendlela yokulandelelana kwayo.
You mentioned that the user can access data on the numerous system. Are there any requirements for a user to access such data?
My Lord, yes. Within the South African Police Service, they have very specific protocol whereby a user must be authorized. If he would first apply in a form of a document, he would then be authorized by a number of officers before he can just get access, and that access then is then granted based on his authorization on vehicle or organizational type.
Lana-ke ukuthi ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni basebenza kanjani-ke ukuthi umuntu atholeke le information noma le mininingwane-ke baney'ndlela zabo-ke abayilandelayo ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni ukuthi umuntu-ke okokuqala-ke kuzofaneleke ukuthi-ke atholeke imvume noma-ke igunya-ke lokuthi-ke akwenzeke lokho futhi-ke kuzondlula-ke kubantu abahlukene-ke abazomnikeza-ke kona lokho futhi-ke uzochaza-ke ngokwesikhathi-ke futhi nangokwemininingwane ukuthi yini ayifunayo.
Is there a way to determine who accesses the data?
My Lord, yes, there's record of every transaction. So every time a person logs in, he needs to authenticate himself by a username and a password, and that is logged in a log file. It would therefore be easy to say who logged on when and was doing what.
Futhi-ke kunendlela-ke yokulandelela-ke noma yokuthola-ke ukuthi bekuwubani-ke ologe in noma-ke osebenzileke lana ngokuthi futhi kuzofanele-ke efake lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke igama lakhe noma i-username kanye futhi-ke ne-password. Kuzoba lula-ke kumlandelela-ke kamuva ukubheka-ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize ngelanga elithile ubani obengenile noma-ke ethole ekhipha imininingwane.
Are there any registration requirements for such users?
My Lord, each member that is granted access is registered against his South African Police Services profile with his force number, name detail, unit detail. So it's his whole pedigree is registered against that user.
Futhi ke umuntu osebenzisa ke noma ke okwaziyo ke ukuthi abe user ke lapha imininingwane yakhe yonke nje ngaphakathi ke eyasemaphoyiseni i-force number yakhe igama lakhe isikhundla sakhe noma ukuthi ke i-unit yakhe ke yonke leyo mininingwane ikhona.
You have compared the data that you have compiled, MM2A, against Exhibit MM2, the A3 version. What is your
My Lord,
view regarding
my Lord, this is an
the
exact
exhibit?
copy of the data. There's a 100% match in data. The only difference is that the police insignia was removed from the document and the wording movement report. But as for the physical data that is recorded, it is a exact match.
This was moved from this one.
Yeah. So
Okay. Uthi ke uma uqhathanisa lokho kubili ke ukuthi nje into eyodwa ke lena ke uthi ngathi ke 100% umehluko nje ukuthi la kunale yamaphoyisa ke tshengisayo ukuthi amaphoyisa engekho ke khona lana kanye futhi nalana bhaliwe movement report kodwa njena into nje eyodwa le ama documents amabili.
Do you confirm the correctness of the report that you've compiled or that you've printed, Exhibit MM2 in brackets A and Exhibit MM2?
I do confirm the correctness, my Lord.
Futhi ke ngiyaqinisekisa ke nokuthi ke lokho ke okhona ke kule ku MM2A lona ke okuwami no MM2 ukuthi ke ngempela ke kukanjalo noma kuyiqiniso.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of Exhibit MM2A on the 19th of June. My Lord, I see that it's time for the long adjournment.
Is that so?
Yes. Can we then take the long adjournment at this point?
Are you available after lunch, sir?
Excuse me, my Lord.
Are you available after lunch?
Yes, I do. I will be available, my Lord.
Yeah, because I hear that you're squeezed for time, like all capitalists. Okay, 2 o'clock then.
The court pleases, my Lord. Mr. Dupree, for the unit in the vehicle to communicate with that minimum of 4 satellites as you've testified, so I'm going to see the interpreters, I think he's just outside. Now, Mr. Dupree, for a unit fitted in a vehicle to communicate with a minimum of 4 satellites, as you've mentioned, that are orbiting the sky, does that depend on the position of the vehicle? In other words, whether the position is stationary or moving?
My Lord, the status of the vehicle, whether it's moving or being stationary, does not impact on the receiver's ability to receive data from this GPS satellites.
Ukuthi ke imoto imile imoto iyahamba lokho ke akunamthelela ke ekuthini ke lona ke othola ke information noma ke i-data ukuthi ke angayitholi ke leyo mininingwane mayelana nemoto.
So in other words, the GPS unlock doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or in motion?
No, my Lord, it doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or not, as long as as the device in the vehicle is in its on position, then it will allow for that, or not on position, let me rephrase, rather the device must be on to receive data, not the vehicle, the device.
Lana ke ukuthi ke imoto imile nokuthi ke imoto ke noma ke u-GPS unlock lona ke akana na ukuthi ke imoto imile noma ke ihamba ukuthi nje imoto yona ke uma nje na ke i-on.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of your bundle, exhibit MM2A.
19.
On the 19th of June. The cross-reference for exhibit MM2, the A3, will be pages 34 to 36.
Got it, my lord.
Yes, thank you. On page 6 of exhibit your bundle, MM2A at 05:02 and 10 seconds. What is the position of the vehicle?
My lord, the vehicle is near Benviljoen Street in Pretoria North.
Lana ke kule ndawo engibuzwa ngayo ngazo ke i-19 days ke zika June 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu emibili eshayile u5 ekseni imoto ke iyaphuma ngisho kafakazi ke eBen noma seduze kwase Benviljoen Street ePretoria North.
The coordinates, if plots it at the Pretoria North Police Station, just outside.
Lana ke ichaza ngokuthi ke Pretoria North Police Station ngaphandle.
Right, the vehicle then left the police station. If one looks at page 10 of your bundle, exhibit MM2A, did you find the position?
I've got it, my lord.
Yes. Now, between the 2 points, from page 6, when the vehicle left the police station, until at about 6:20 and 50 seconds on page 10. Is there any indication that the vehicle deviated along that route between the 2 points? In other words, is there any indication that it left its route?
My lord, given the route or the vehicle traveling, there's no evidence that this vehicle did anything out of the ordinary except travel on the road towards its destination, where it arrived at 6:20.
Lana ke uma uhlanganisa le inkathi ke lana ngalelanga lange-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi-ke u-5:02 la ethi khona-ke ise-Benfalion bese siya lana-ke kubhalwe khona-ke u-6:20 ngathi iyofika-ke la iyakhona-ke ngo-6:20 ama-seconds awu-50 ngalelo langa lelo. Uthi-ke abukho ubufakazi obukhona obutshengisayo noma obushoyo-ke ukuthi le moto lena-ke yaphambana noma yaphuma-ke emzileni noma emgwaqweni kula eyayiya khona.
Okay. If I can ask you to turn to still on your exhibit bundle MM2A on the 18th of June. That will be pages 13 to 18. On page 13 of your bundle, MM2A, at 1853 on page 13.
Got it, my lord.
On exhibit MM2 will be page 31. What is the position of the vehicle at 18R5354 as appears on page 13 of
The
your
location
bundle?
reference, my lord, is near Murray Street, the Good Park in Alberton.
Ngokwalana-ke umbiko lona-ke lo oze nayo ufakazi hayi lo omkhulu-ke la inkantolo ukuthi imoto-ke ngalesiya sikhathi ngazo iyi-18 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi u-1853 ama-seconds awu-54 imoto iseduze nase-Murray Street eFelwood Park e-Alberton.
Are you in the position to plot the exact position
My lord,
of the vehicle?
that position plotted reference it to a engine garage in the vicinity.
Uma ngachaza eyona ndawo-ke la eyayikhona-ke noma eyichaza ukuthi yayikhona kwakuyigaraji yakwa-engine khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
And at what point does the vehicle start moving?
My lord, that vehicle was stationary at that particular point for the remainder of the 18 up to 23:27 when the ignition was switched off.
Imoto leyo-ke yayilapho-ke nje ungathi nje lelalanga-ke lange-18 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-23:27 kusho ukuthi-ke ebusuku-ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona-ke i-ignition-ke icishwa noma imoto yona-ke icishwa khona.
Only the next morning of the 19th, early morning, at around 23 minutes past 12, did the vehicle leave that point.
Isikhathi-ke ngelanga-ke manje elilandelayo-ke u-00:23 isikhathi-ke imoto isuka-ke manje khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
That we see on page 1 of your exhibit bundle, MM2A, on the 19th.
That is correct, my lord.
Etholakala-ke leyo mniningwane leyo-ke ku-page 1 kule yami-ke ibundle.
Can you also place those seconds on record?
My lord, the vehicle was the first time recorded speed at 23 minutes past 12 that night. it left that location of Maury Street in Verwoerd Park, Alberton.
Isikhathi ke u0023 uma imoto ke isuka ke manje laphayana ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 isuka laphayana ke eForwood Park eAlberton.
Is it correct that it's 23 minutes past 12 and 20 seconds?
That is correct, my lord.
U20 mizuzu u23 eshayileke u12 nama seconds awu20.
And what is the total number of hours that the vehicle spent at that engine garage?
My lord, the vehicle was there from just about 7 minutes to 7 till the 7 minutes to 7 on the 18th up to 23 minutes past 12 the next morning. So that would make it 5 hours and a number of minutes that the vehicle was in that area.
Imoto yema ke khona laphayana ngemizuzu ke ewu7 ngaphambi kokuthi kushayeke u7 ngazo i-18 ka June 2020 yase ke ehamba ke uma isikhathi sithi 23 emva ko12 ke ukusho ukuthi ke amahora awu5 nemizuzu ke isikhathi yayisimile imoto lapho.
And on the last page of exhibit MM2, the A3 version, on the 24th of June.
Sorry, it's MM2.
MM2, the last page, my lord.
Which is page what?
Page 43.
33.
43.
Sorry, 43, yeah, fine.
43, on the 24th of June. And just for record purposes, Mr. Dupree, just place the registration number of this vehicle and the BTL number.
The registration number of this vehicle is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
In number ke ya le moto ke FV 47 LRGP.
Yes. And the Bobby number would be Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo.
Bese kuthi ke I Bobby number bese kuba BTL 719B.
And what is the position of the vehicle then on the 24th of June 2020?
My lord, on the 24th of June, this vehicle was at the Benoni garage near Great North Road, or Great Road North in Northmead, Benoni for the entire day.
Le moto ke ngazo i24 zika Hlangulana ke kuona unyaka ka 2020 ilanga lonke njena ke langa i24 yayise garage ke yase Benoni duze ne Great Road North and Northmead.
And on the 23rd, 24th and 25th?
My lord, on these days identified from the 22nd up to the 25th, this vehicle was stationary for the entire day, every time at this location being near Great Road North, Northmead, Benoni.
Ukusuka ngazo ke i22 ku June 2020 kwaze kwayoshaya ke i25 kena uJune 2020 le moto ke yayimile khona lapho kule ndawo engikhuluma ngayo kule garage yase Benoni eduze ne Great Road North and Northmead eBenoni.
And are you able, using the coordinates, to determine the exact location?
My lord, if I use those coordinates, it takes me to the exact location, being the Benoni garage, where our installers frequently work, so we're well acquainted with that garage.
Uma ke ngisebenzisa ke lama coordinates abhaliwe ke lana ke lokho kungithatha ke kuyongifiqisa ke kwi garage yethu eseBenoni lapho kama installer ethu ke asebenza khona ke indawo ke leya engiyaziyo.
Do you know if there's any repair work done at the garage?
My lord, that is a SAP's garage where various work is being done on vehicles for repairs and receiving new vehicles, and also working on vehicles that's been in service.
Leyana ke igaraji ke amaphoyisa elaphayana eBinoni la besebenza khona ke ngeimoto bamukela ke imoto futhi nje umsebenzi kufanele wenziwe weimoto khona.
If you say repairs, are you referring to what type of repairs?
That would be any type of repairs, mechanical repairs, anything related to a SAP's vehicle can be done there.
Yonke into ke emayelana ke nemoto yamaphoyisa yenziwa khona lapho.
And just finally, on page 44 of Exhibit MM2, '44 will be the other part of Exhibit MM2. That is now on the early hours of the 20th of June 2020. Find it, the loose page 44. Yeah, okay. We see that from, just for record purposes, where's the vehicle at that particular time?
My lord, at the time of the startup at 2 minutes past 12, 39 seconds, the vehicle was at Bukeng SAPS. The coordinates are plotted.
Ngokwale lana ke ngazo i20 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke mibili ke imizuzu eshayile u12 imoto ke iyadunyiswa ke noma iyastarta ke kumaphoyisa asePhukeng.
And we see that the vehicle goes into GPS unlock position from what time until what time?
My lord, the vehicle was in a GPS unlock status from 7 minutes and 40 seconds past 12 up to 7 minutes and 55 seconds past 3 on the 20th.
Siyabona ke lana sorry imoto ibhaliwe ke ukuthi ke yayile mode ke ku-GPS unlocked ukusuka ke ngemizuzu ewu7 eshayile ke u12 nama seconds awu40 kwaze kwayoshaya ke imizuzu ewu7 eshayile u3 ndatha kuso nama seconds awu55.
But when a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, what is the position regarding the recording of data?
Whilst a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, the last valid recorded position would be recorded or reflected as the position until such time that a new valid position can be recorded.
Uma ke imoto ikulesa status noma lesa simo ke sika GPS unlocked izochaza ke indawo ke yokugcina ke la imoto ibikhona ke noma ke ebe record ikhona kuze kube isikhathi la khona ke imoto ifika kwenye ke indawo noma ke position entsha.
Is there any data recorded during that period?
The status of the vehicle, meaning whether the ignition is on or off, is being recorded, but no speed and position would be recorded during such time.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke imoto yona ke engeke nje ibhaleke noma ke ichazeke indawo ke kanye nespeed ke sayo.
Thank you, Malata. Those are the only aspects that the state wanted this witness to cover.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Mzulu.
Court, please. Sir, when you Is it one of your duties to install or to fit the AVL or the
My Lord,
device in the motor vehicle?
Me as a person, no, I do oversee. I have a team of people performing such duties, but me as individual, no, I do not install.
Mina ke angiwafaki ke nama system kana AVL kodwa ke ngiyabheka ke ngiyabuka ke nginabantu ke abangenzelayo lo.
All right. After the fitting of the same device, do you issue a certificate? Or do they issue a certificate?
After the fitment of each device, a installation certificate is compiled, and such certificate is then recorded against that specific certificate number, and that is eventually, after the installation, it is handed to the SAPS.
Uma sefakiwe ke system leyo ke kune certificate ke esikhishwayo kube ne number ke ekhishwa leso certificate leso. Uma ke sefakiwe ke bese yadikezwa ke certificate sinikezwa khona ke amaphoyisa.
Perhaps do you have the number for the certificate?
No, I don't have that number, my lord.
Amnayo ke leyo number.
Any copy for the certificate?
My lord, a copy would be obtainable, but I don't have a copy with me.
Amnayo la mina ke copy kodwa copy ngatholakala.
When were you told to come and testify or to give evidence in relation to MM2? AVL?
Yesterday, my lord.
Ngitshelwe noma ngitshelwe izolo ke ukuthi angize ngizonikeza ngobufakazi.
What time was it? What time were you informed at that?
My lord, it would have been during the morning. I did not record the exact time, but somewhere yesterday morning I was informed.
Bekuyizolo ekseni ke isikhathi ngisibhala ngaphansi ukuthi ngitshelwe nini noma ngitshelwe nini ukuthi angize ngikade ngizonikezwa ngizokuthula ubufakazi.
All right. Your position at C-Track company. What's your position there?
I'm the Chief Operations Officer, my lord.
Shilo ke ukuthi mina ke obhekene ke nemisebenzi ke welanga nelanga lokubizwa ukuthi Chief Operations Officer.
Who are you reporting under?
I'm reporting to the Chief Executive Officer.
Mina ke umuntu engaphansi kwakhe ke ilobizwa ngokuthi CEO.
What is his name?
Mr. Heinjord.
Mr.
Heinjord.
Umnumzana uHeinjord.
Does he know that we are here?
He does know indeed, my lord.
Ngempela uyazi ukuthi ngila.
When you were informed about this when you were informed to come and testify, and that was the time when you began to prepare yourself for this.
That is correct, my lord.
Kathi ngitshelwa ke ukuthi kuzofanele ukuthi ngize ngizokuthula ubufakazi yileso sikhathi ke engiye ngayilungiselela khona ke.
Do you still need necessary time to uplift that certificate in order to confirm that the said motor vehicle you are talking about was fitted with the GPS?
My lord, the fitment and the installation certificate is recorded within the SAPS environment against a what they call it, the SAPS vehicle register. So for that reason, I did not foresee the need for any form of proof that the vehicle was fitted other than the recordings of the movement report as we have it in front of us.
I-certificate lesi esikhuluma ngaso ke certificate esikhishwa ke ngaphakathi ke emaphoyiseni. Mina ke angibonanga ke isidingo ke sokuthi ngibe naso ke noma ngisilethe certificate leso noma ngibe naso kumina ke ngoba ke ikhona ke nabakhona ke lo mbiko lo engisebenza noma enginikeza ubufakazi ngawo.
But any records at your disposal?
Just again,
any records that you have before it is kept on the database of the SAPS, is there any piece or any file that you keep in your archives reflecting the information relating to that motor vehicle?
My lord, the information that we are talking on here all belongs to SAPS. So we as C-Track don't keep record of that because it is an entire enclosed system for the SAPS fleet.
Lana ke lo mbiko esikhuluma ngawo ke report esikhuluma ngayo ke yabasabs thina ke siwu-track asinayo ke la esigcina khona ke noma esinayo khona konke lo esikhuluma ngako la phakathi emaphoyiseni.
My Lord, may I have just a second to peruse the MM2? Maybe I might have one question before I sit down. Okay, the last question is, if a motor vehicle is driving, maybe for a period of 10 minutes, will it show that it was driving at a certain speed, at a certain order?
My Lord, the device in the vehicle is alive all the time and measures the speed at second intervals, but given the amount of data, the vehicle will only report that position and speed at a defined interval as set out by the SAPS. In this case, the vehicle will report either every 5 minutes or when there is a change in heading, meaning the vehicle makes a turn to the left, to the right, or it changes its direction.
Indaba ke speed noma esivinini ke lokho izokusho ke noma asithi mhlambe sisebenzise lana ke ukuthi mhlambe ngesikhathi ke esiyimizuzu emihlanu noma ukuthi mhlambe iyashintsha ke manje isizojika ke ayisahambi ke ngale mgwaqo bihamba ngayo kunenkathi ke la khona ke ispeed esizoveza noma esikhonjiswe khona.
And during such reporting, it would then report the speed of the vehicle as well.
Uma yenza ke leyo mbiko ke izobika ke kanye nesivinini ke noma ispeed semoto.
All right. Let me just draw your attention on on June 18, 2020. I'm not sure what page is that.
I'll get it. If you just give me the time as well, then I'll...
The time is 8:24. (8:24). Do you see that? Oh, it's the check.
8:24.
Page 26.
Yeah, page 26, page 24.
This page.
Yeah, I've got it there. On the 18th, 8:24, 55 seconds, Mano.
It's 8:24. It says driving.
That is correct.
Driving, the kilometer is 0 and the order is 0.
Yeah, that means the vehicle is stationary because there's no speed.
Lana ke ko nge 18th ka June 2020 isikhathi u8:24 ithi imoto iyahamba kodwa ke ispeed ithi 0 ne order na ithi 0 uthi ke mayiphendula ke kusho ukuthi imoto yayimileke.
If it says 8:29 XL idle, it is still stationary.
It's still stationary. The vehicle would report excess idle. It would first status after it started. It would report a driving status, and if the vehicle remains at the same location without moving, the excess idle status would then be recorded after the driving status.
Nanjengoba lana ke ku 8:29 ithi ke excess idle kusho ukuthi yayiduma ke kodwa kuno 00 kusho ukuthi ayimile ngoba izoqala izothuma iqala ke isho ukuthi ke iya driver ke kodwa uma sekuyisikhathi ke futhi ke iseme kuleyo ndawo leyo ila esizoveza khona ukuthi iyaduma loya excess idle.
Is it still the same position with 8:34?
My Lord, if we look at the GPS coordinates, it is very much still the same location where the vehicle is.
Uma sibheka egcineni ke lapha yana ke ila esichazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo usabona ke ukuthi ke kuseyindawo eyodwa.
Thank you, my Lord. No further questions.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Misa.
Sorry, just one question. So can you, if you know, can you clarify what is mapping is?
What?
Mapping in relation to service.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
No, let me just withdraw the question.
Thank you, sir. Now I realize that your AVL records, or the records that are submitted to court, this AVL records and the bundle that you probably yourself prepared always refer to these places as near Waverley Road, Highland, North Johannesburg, near Maxwell Road, Cresford, Johannesburg. What does this near in the context of this AVL mean?
My Lord, it just so happens that that was a confusion that was created, and the letter of the word becoming a point of contest in court. Because a vehicle, we would say the vehicle is at, let's say, Madiba Street or in Madiba Street. But if I'm on the pavement of Madiba Street, the argument is, am I still in Madiba Street or am I in near Madiba Street? So the term was changed to near to rule out any, I don't want to call it silly points of argument, but points of argument to say it is in the street, it is next to the street, so the term near to the street, my Lord, was decided on.
Uma ke sekusetshenziswa leli gama ke elithi eduze into ke nje lena ke noma idida ke eyavela njena ke enkantolo ke noma ke uma sekukwethulwa noma kunezethulo ezikhona enkantolo kuthiwa noma ke asebenzisa isibonelo sala ngaphambi kwenkantolo eMadiba ukuthi uma ukwi-pavement usesemadiba yini noma useduze kwayo kwase kunqunywa ke ukuthi akusetshenziswe leli gama ke elithi eduze.
In the end, the coordinate is a specific point, and that would be the exact location, my Lord.
Bese kuthi ke yona ke lena ke echazelayo noma ebizwa ngokuthi i-coordinate yona ke ikhuluma ngendawo ethize, yona ke leyo ndawo eshiwoyo.
So what you're saying is, on the reading of this AVL record, one cannot specifically say that at this point in time, this vehicle was at this specific place. It's just a speculative hypothesis that it could have been near this area.
No.
It's the opposite.
My Lord, the vehicle, the point of reference being near is for us to understand it was near the street to give us a grasp of where the vehicle was. But if somebody is looking for the exact point, we use the coordinate.
The coordinate is scientifically infallible.
Yeah.
Must be.
Mase sebenzisa ke leli gama elithi eduze alisho ukuthi nje uqagela ukuthi imoto ikuphi, iyachazela ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo, kodwa uma ukuthi ufuna eyona ke ndawo ayiloko kubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinates ke kubhaliwe ke lapha yana egcineni ke yila echazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi nendawo.
You know the reason why I'm asking you this, sir, it is on record, and it doesn't come from me, it is on record that at a particular point in time, in the course of the investigation of this case, there was a movement of this specific motor vehicle along a certain road, it's Alberton. But at one point in time, the said motor vehicle deviated to a dumping place where certain incidents took place there. I don't think that will be relevant for your purposes. Now, that's the reason why I am saying, is this system, this AVL system, is it able to specifically say that at this point in time, this motor vehicle was at this place? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I fully
Thank
follow.
you.
My Lord, in response to that, I would say the coordinates, if the unit is...
Sorry, you know what? Please, just explain what the coordinates are.
Yeah.
Then we'll be all on the same park.
My Lord, coordinates is a longitude and latitude that the tracking device receiver received from these satellites, and in that it is plotted on a geographical map to say this vehicle, these coordinates, let's use just any latitude 281900 and longitude 281900 and latitude minus 25.7866. If we take those coordinates and we plot them on a map, we will be on a defined point on a map, on a road, in your example, on a dumping site, if it is. So my response would be, if there is such a reference of time and place, if the time and place is on these records, then we would be able to show it.
Kuloko khulumayo ke ukuthi le moto ke yahamba ke yaya ke kulapha khona ke izibike uma ukuthi nganginikeza isikhathi ke nginikeze ke i-date noma ukuthi uma kukhona ke lana kuloko sizohamba ke siyokubona ke lokho ngoba uma uthatha ke lokho okubhaliwe ke lana okubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinates okuchazela ke indawo isibonelo ulo 281900 minus 257866 uma ukuthatha ke lokho usukubeka ke ukufaka ke kwi map uzosho ke ukuthi yikuphi nendawo.
Thank you. My Lord, may I just request a very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds of indulgence, my Lord. So something that I need to take up with my colleagues.
Madiba is resurrected.
Excuse me, my Lord.
I say you can go until Madiba is resurrected.
Thank you.
But before he comes to that, I mean, the extension of logic of what you're saying, if you have access, I mean, if you have reference to this AVL system, like for instance, the history of the movement of the car, the starting, the stopping, etc., it's mapped out on this page, all right?
Correct.
Let's assume this page is the 28th of June, 2020. Is it possible for you, using the very information here, from, let's say, a specific time, like, let's say 4 o'clock in the afternoon, up to 12 o'clock in the evening, is it possible for you to decipher and discern and establish whether this motor vehicle was ever at a dumping place?
My Lord, for sure.
That's sure, yeah. We have to have that exercise.
Excuse the court, my Lord. I think on behalf of our court, I'm just on this point, my Lord, because I can see it's getting to be a very contestable point. I've requested my colleagues because it has got to do with accused number 2.
No, fine.
So they are requesting an indulgence just to have a word or two with him.
No, fine. No, but this gentleman is an expert. He's here to assist the court.
Yes, man.
Right. If he can do what I think he says he can do,
yes,
why can't he assist us?
As it is the court. They are,
Mr. Ngomar, are you with me?
They are quickly consulting with Mr. Ntanzi, my Lord. The primary figure in this whole
right.
Act 1, Sit 1.
Right.
There seems to be a request that we should be making. My colleagues say they also want to take a point or two on the basis of what this witness testified about.
We all are here to learn.
So we suggesting that we probably might have an adjournment. We should request an adjournment, my Lord, as I hereby do, probably for 15 minutes for consultation.
As a court, please, my Lord, no problem. If we just bear in mind, this witness is not available tomorrow, my Lord.
Yeah. You're not available tomorrow the whole day.
My Lord, I'm going to Sandton in the morning, so I've got a meeting scheduled till 12 there, so another hour. So at best, after 1 o'clock, and that's if everything goes. We have a bit of a dispute to resolve.
So you want us to adjourn for 15 minutes?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn for 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Minister, any further questions?
As it is the court, my lord. My lord, it is transpiring and we seem to be unanimously agreeing with our colleagues here that I think it will be in the best interest of this case that we request Mr. Dupree to prepare us those coordinates, number one, the exact spots, number one. Number two, a mapping of the movement of this motor vehicle from the date on which it started to engage with accused number 2. I think accused number 1 as well. Yes. And up until the day on which it went to the garage. I'm not so sure I'm making myself clear. Because the reason is, as we're looking here, we are unable to follow meticulously what this is vis-a-vis the version that we're getting from our clients, you see. So as we consult with them on the basis of what this document contains, we should be taking them through that physical, that physical mapping, you see. As in when you're using when you are in a direction in a cell phone, that white lady that is speaking there, you see, says 10 years. No, now we are lost. We want a situation such as that one.
Okay.
Yes.
So you have agreed on that. Mr. Msololo, are you all agreed?
Yes, my lord.
Ms. Ngumala?
Yes.
Mr. Ngumezulu?
That's correct.
The state?
Well, we have no problem with that, my lord. In fact, the witness, it will take some time, my lord.
Yeah, obviously.
The witness can also plot the movement of that vehicle from the time it left the police station, show it here on the screen how it's moved up to its destination, but that will take time.
No. Mr. Dupree, even if he comes December next year.
Next year?
Yeah. We need that information. Because, I normally say these things. We don't throw bones and say, Vumani Madot. Now we want to humble a charity, Vumani Madot. This is solid state physics, is that not so? But we must plot the brief to Mr. Dupree, and you all must agree what he should do in order to track or trace or coordinate or pinpoint the various areas where accused number 2, for instance, was assaulted, and where accused number 1 also says he was assaulted, and also the dump in Orlando East. Apparently, number 2 was also assaulted in a dumping area in Orlando East, and also was assaulted in Tembisa, and in Fosluras, and also in Diepkloof, and also in Moroka. Is that not the brief? Anybody wants to add anything?
That is so.
Hello?
That is so.
So
that is the brief.
No, but wait. So I want you together to meet with Mr. Dupree. Not today because it's rather late. On Monday, are you available?
My lord, on Monday I'm fairly booked out already.
Tuesday? So that you all sit with Mr. Dupree before he prepares that report. And after he has prepared that report, then we can talk. Is that so? Yes.
My lord, I have a suggestion that what if we do that now immediately when we adjourn, so that when he goes and prepares those reports, he knows exactly what our instructions are.
Do you have the time? Okay, do you have the time, Mr.
My lord, I've booked out today in its entirely.
Okay, fine. So we can do that.
Yes.
So we'll adjourn, Mr. Dupree, and all the councillors here will give you the brief as to what they request you to do, using the information of the coordinates, the latitudes, the altitudes, etc., etc. Okay. So we'll adjourn at this time
As it is a court.
for the day, ne?
Around
3 o'clock, my lord.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want us to come back here
No, tomorrow.
tomorrow? Okay, but you are not available tomorrow.
No, I'm not available
Yeah,
tomorrow,
fine.
unfortunately, my lord.
No, I mean, just to
You'll have to
continue-
arrange.
to continue with other.
Yeah, the other thing. Okay. Okay, then the courts regarding that exigency, we shall adjourn. Okay.
Yes.
In connection with whatever queries they may have concerning the AVL system.
Yes.
So
Yes, my lord, we did have a meeting and we have conveyed, along with the defense, to Mr. Dupree what would like him to canvass. And it entails, my lord, for him to simulate or recreate the path that the Toyota Fortuner that was conveying accused number 2 on the 19th followed.
19th June, right?
Yes, 19th June.
And which other date?
And we gave him all the dates from the 1st, the 5th, the...
Wait, first 6.
Yes, the 1st, the 5th,
6.
the 20th, yes, the 22nd, 24th, 25th.
Wait. The first, the second,
The 5th,
okay, yeah, the 5th, right?
the 22nd,
The 22nd,
24th,
the 24th,
25th.
25th.
Yes.
This is all June.
And 31 May as well, I'm sorry.
And 31.
Yes, 31 May.
Is that all the councils agreed to?
Yes.
That
Sorry? Which other date?
As the court pleases, my lord, the dates are the 31st of May, the 1st of June.
Wait. Because Mr. Baloy didn't mention the 31st of May.
Yes.
Is it the 31st of May also?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
And
Wait.
Sorry, my lord.
31st May,
Yes.
right? Sorry. Yeah.
And then I think he skipped the 18th,
And then the 1st, the 2nd, the 5th,
the
the
5th.
22nd, the 24th, the 25th,
He skipped the 18th of May, my lord, as well.
the 18th of May also. Hello?
18 and 19, my lord.
Yes, 18,
18th
19,
May,
19. it's June.
19th May,
June, my lord.
So the
19th June.
31st of May, my lord, and the rest are June.
Wait.
This is my lord.
The 18th of June,
Yes, the 18th and the 19th of June as well.
right?
As the court pleases.
Yes, I think that will also incorporate the 20th of June.
And the 20th of June.
Yes. In other words, basically it's all the dates, my lord, that have been mentioned in
the evidence.
court. Yes.
Mr. Nisi, do you agree to that? Those dates?
That is the arrangement.
Mr.
I
Limano?
confirm, my lord, that is the arrangement.
Ms. Mshololo?
I confirm, my lord.
Now, what is the arrangement? I'm saying this and I'm asking this because this trial is an adversarial trial,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And this witness was specifically called, that is Mr. Dupree, was specifically called by the state, although he is an expert
Yes.
who can assist the court. I want to know what is the status of the report he's going to prepare so that we mustn't have problems later on about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, interpretation of this. What did you agree regarding the status of that report?
It was actually raised by one of the counsel, my lord,
Yeah.
that perhaps they should have a peek of that report before it's presented
Now you see.
here in court. So we made a proposal that maybe we can get together and
What is the status of that report
Yes.
prepared by a witness who's
Yes.
still under cross-examination, approached by the defense and the state to prepare a report? What is the status of that report, having regard to the fact that this is an adversarial
yes.
system we are dealing with? It's not a civil trial.
Yes. That will leave us with two options. Once the defense has had the opportunity to view that report, either we do, the report is submitted via section 220 or as an addendum to the current report that is before court.
So you didn't agree on the status of the report?
Yes. Well, up until they've seen it, my lord, I think they
No, you don't have to see it first.
Yes.
Because you've approached an expert jointly to say you must prepare a report. Now the question is, will you be cross-examined on that report?
Yes. Well,
or will that report, as you suggest, be just accepted as a report which is sanctioned by the two parties before this court?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, that was the proposal, but there was a counter proposal that they'd want to have a look at it first, my lord.
Mr. Mgomezulu, you've heard the queries I'm raising.
My lord, I'll submit that one may not lose sight of the fact that this witness comes from the state side.
Yes, yes.
The defense will definitely, not that because we are engaging into a discussion regarding the status of the report, but it will be difficult for the defense to admit that the report prior to its seeing or having sight over it. So, my lord, I would still maintain that the witness is still the witness of the state, not of both parties. So I would just request the court to keep the status of that witness as
I can't change that status. I can't.
My lord, it will always be the witness of the state.
Yes, yes, it's called by the state.
Yes. Should there anything we are not satisfied with from that report, we will definitely have to cross-examine the witness.
Mr. Mnisi.
As it please the court, my lord, I think the approach by the state is that we can either deal with the report in terms of section 220, alternatively as an addendum to the report that are already before court. I think it's a noble one, my lord. However, that should not really preclude any party, either the state or even the defense, from asking questions to clarify certain things from the report that will be treated as an addendum. Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Malo.
My lord, my submission is that the witness is still the witness of the state. He's going to come back and testify on what he has investigated, and then the defense is going to have a chance to cross-examine the witness if there are issues arising. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chololo.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, my submission is that until we are in receipt of the report that is going to be compiled by the
No, it
witness.
doesn't work that way. You can't say until you are in the seat and satisfied of the report, then you decide what to do with the report.
As the court is
It doesn't work that way. This witness has been approached by you jointly. He has prepared a report. And I want to know what is the status of that report. I don't have a problem with Mr. Mgomezulu saying that he's got a right to cross-examine Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Ngomalo, which is correct. You have a right to cross-examine.
Yes.
But I'm concerned about the status of that report.
The status of the report, my lord. The report is still the report submitted by the state, which the defense will be entitled to put cross-examination if there are any, my lord.
Fine.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. It still complies with the adversarial system. But the point is, when he comes back, Mr. Dupree, to testify, he presents the report as an expert. Then you've got the right to cross-examine him.
Yes,
but you can't say until we have insight into the report. Therefore, we'll do a. Are you with me?
Yes, my lord.
He comes with the report. It's a report which he has drafted after being asked questions. There's nothing asking questions about the mechanism, how it operates, etc., the coordinates, etc. And then he prepares a report on the queries which we have raised, all of you.
Yes,
Then he presents that report.
Yes.
Then you've got the right to cross-examine him. But you don't see the report first, like you want to do. And thereafter you say, I don't agree with this. He presents it as it is. What is what you, factum probanda, you
As
call
the
it.
court business, my lord, with due respect, I cannot make any admissions towards that
No,
report
I don't want admissions.
at this stage.
No,
Yes.
you don't making any. This gentleman prepares a report,
Yes.
and then he presents it.
Yes.
And then you cross-examine him on whatever aspects.
Yes.
Mr. Are you with me, Mr.
That's
Mbanzu?
correct, Minister.
That should be the position.
I agree, my lord. Thank you.
And you, sir?
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. So that is how we're going to proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so who's the next witness? Cross-examination, you said?
Yes, and further on, we left the date open as to when he'll be coming back.
Yeah.
He let us know as soon as he's ready,
Fine.
and he'll then be recalled.
Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Sergeant Khan, sorry, you're still on that.
Sergeant Khane, Thobela,
Mr. Umaro.
le na le sa
I mean,
le ka
Mr.
fakano ya go bolela nnete nkere.
Please, are you through with this? You never cross-examined him.
No, I haven't started.
The witness
I like that.
confirms.
You never did. You said you don't have questions, you remember? And then he was superseded by Dupree. Then you had cross-examining. I'm not saying you can't cross-examine him now. You can do so if you want to.
I was just about to begin, my lord, when the state requested the indulgence to lead the
Oh, I see.
evidence of
Okay,
Mr.
fine.
Dupree.
You're
Yes.
right, no problem.
My lord, but then there is subsequent to the discussion that we had with regard to what the status of that report should actually be. It had just come to my mind, my lord, that most probably, having had possession or seen the report of Mr. Dupree that is going to be presented, there is that likelihood that there would be issues that I would love to take up with this witness on the basis of that report that is going to be prepared.
Yeah, fair. I hear you.
So I'm not even so sure, my lord, whether it will be fair for this witness for me to start to cross-examine him without having had sight of that report and decide whether or not there are issues that I would love to take him up on the basis of that report.
But this is after Dupree has presented the report.
Yes.
Yeah, let's have that clear. Not that you see the report first.
Yeah, I'm not changing what we agreed upon. Yes, madam. So what I'm saying is...
no, fine, I take that point.
Yes. So what I'm saying is I'm not even so sure whether it is in the interest of justice that I should start my cross-examination with this witness when there's a likelihood that the content of that report would necessitate me cross-examining this witness
Yeah, fine, no.
on that report.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm not so sure where does that then leave us, my lord. If the
Now we
state
can
is,
adjourn the evidence of this witness also.
yes, my lord.
Because it makes sense. He was the person who activated the AVLL system by driving the vehicle. Fine. Ms. Mishololo?
As it please the court, my lord. Thank you.
My lord, it is the same position with myself, my lord, that
Okay.
I would like to do the cross-examination after Mr. Dupree.
Okay, Mr. Ngamaro?
My lord, I submit that it is more convenient that we Dupree, and then from there we see the way forward. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mgomezulu?
Same sentiment, my lord.
Right, the state?
Well, that's in order with us.
All right. You understand English, Sergeant? Even when he was trying to speak Pedi with Mr. Mgomezulu yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiments that it is proper for Mr. Dupree to present the report. You have already testified about the exigency of driving the vehicle, its stopping where, the idling, etc., etc., etc. There could possibly be questions arising from the report which are not irreconcilable with your evidence. And the defense has got a right to clear that up with you, okay? So we're going to adjourn your evidence. I don't know until when.
le sa gopolang ke re gore maobane ba ile ba emisha ka pele ga gore ba le botšiše dipotšišo wa bitšwa setsebi se e leng gore se tlile sa tlhatlholla raporoti e jwatše setsebi sengwe ga se tšwe se fetše go na le dilo tše mmalwa tše e leng gore ba santše ba nyaka gore setsebi seuwe se tle se ba tlhalošetše ka sone ka moraga mouwe ba re ke gona mohlomong ba ka tlang ba tšwela pele ba tlo ba le botšiše dipotšišo ka lebaka la gore go na le dilo tše dingwe tše e leng gore setsebi sela se ka tla sa di tlhatlholla se e leng gore dilo tša gona di be di le mo go yona report ya AVL tše e leng gore di nyaka gore mohlomong ba tle ba botšiše ka tšona ba tle ba kgone gore lena ba kgonthišiše dilo tše dingwe tše di rileng ka yona report ye e leng gore e tla be setsebi sela e se hlakišitše gabotse le ya kwešiša bjale bohlatse ba lena go ra gore bo sa tlo emišwa kgoro e re ga e tsebe gore go fitlhelela neng. I will be waiting, my lord.
Okay, thanks.
Usaba-ke lana ukuthi Mr. Mnyisi bekuyena bekufanele ukuthi aqaleke abuze uSergeant Mukhane imibuzo kodwa-ke ngenxa yokuthi-ke kunalokho okwenzekile-ke izolo nkathi Mr. Dupree ekhona-ke elayinikeza ngobufakazi base beyahlanganyela-ke umshushisi kanye nabameli ukuthi-ke cha bayaqela-ke ukuthi loyo mbiko Mr. Dupree awenze kabusha manje ukuthi Mr. Mnyisi-ke akaboni ukuthi-ke noba kuzoba kwenziwa-ke ubulungiswa uma engaqhubeka-ke ngalofakazi kungekafiki-ke loya mbiko loyana-ke kaDupree ngoba-ke yena-ke uSergeant Mukhane naye-ke uyena umuntu owayeshayela le moto uDupree azokwenza ngayo umbiko omusha kunalo ebewulethe enkantolo ngaleso sizathu-ke bayacela bayavumelana bonke-ke abameli kanye nomshushisi kanye nomehluleli uyavuma-ke naye ukuthi-ke ufakazi lona-ke akamiswe asazi-ke ukuthi uzolinda kuze kube nini-ke.
Okay, so what do we do?
As a court, please, my lord, we did intimate at the previous occasion that the next witness that the state will be calling is Sergeant Mokhula.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's writing an exam, my lord. My learned friends have got no objection if we stand the matter down until Monday to continue to commence with her evidence.
Okay. Is she alleged to have been amongst the persons who assaulted accused number 2?
No.
Or present?
No. She in fact, she wasn't.
She came with Ginanda.
Yeah. Well.
When Ginanda was sitting on the.
There's the name that was mentioned, but obviously.
Yeah, fine.
Her evidence will be different.
Yeah. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, so we postpone until Monday.
Yes.
Sorry to the reporters, you have an early day.
Jwale ka ga re tlhalositse lena botlhatse ba lena botla ema sepedi se re moleta ngwedi ke moleta le swiso ga re tsebe gore ba tlo le bijaneng re a leboga outi a letla kwa go yena ramolao palong.
Yeah, because of those unforeseen circumstances, then we adjourn until Monday morning. Okay, thank you. You mean the issue which arose during the re-examination?
Yes.
Yeah, which was basically when you said you want to make an application to lead Sergeant Mahono on the, you call it AVL?
Yeah, on the AVLs.
Yeah, and this, the defense is opposing that.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you then.
Scott, please, my lord. We have divided the subject matter in 5 headings. In the introduction, we give a bit of a background. Then we, on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as to why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. My Lord, coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mukhani that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were steel stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents, and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them, and thereafter they proceeded to Moroka police station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprints on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my Lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explain, my Lord, that AVL is a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time, and we make the point, my Lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6, we make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka police station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. In paragraph 1.8, we argue, my Lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the tracking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system, and would normally state that they attach the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Surgeon Mohani can authenticate this information, as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mohani from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if a person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote Section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Under point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully And here we refer to Himstra's criminal procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mohani on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohani, on the AVL evidence. And, my Lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mohani on the 19th of June, so there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to Force Lores Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-Examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my Lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also raise objection. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence. That now should read not new evidence, as during cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually Force Lores Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Buthelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody. That Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. That accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored Truett's plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4, it was put to Sergeant Mohani that from that place they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place, that there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and were then, when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body, that Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mohola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena, Constables Butelezi and Jonathan taking turns, that when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted, and came back and said, and we quote Shekelan Diman, we close quotation, paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting, and they drove to Soweto, that Sergeant Mohani, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. That they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused autoteller machines. The cars were then parked, and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner, and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. As already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination. The Sergeant Mohani be re-examined on those AVL records. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief, paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47, after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mohani had already been concluded, and we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mohani that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there where the court held as follows, and we quote, "The applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dlada, and others, Joubert versus Skitekat. We give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite. wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned, and we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mukhani will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage in the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mukhani is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report. Okay. These are our submissions, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
My Lord, firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Court pleases, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for in relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court pleases, my Lord, the heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mukhani in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner, my Lord. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues. My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mukhani and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mukhani and the late, including the accused person? May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my Lord, is not founded on the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mukhani. And my Lord, this is a documentary evidence which by submission was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing, and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade. It's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My lord, it is further submitted that in case this proposition has been supported by R. Vessels Vilbro and another, 1957, Volume 3, SA 223, AD, page 228, from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion. And in this case, my lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R. versus Vilbro. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Schneider NO versus Automobile Association and another, Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African law of evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my Lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mokano is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of these AVL recordings. On the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above mentioned case? An expert would provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mukhane is not an expert in the AVL system or recording or systems, my Lord. They're supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014, submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2, it is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased and does not have does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility of confessions and of pointing out. It is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Gininda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217, 1A and 217, 1B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The expert evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out the expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My Lord, this is the summary of the heads, which I would like to beg leave, my Lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my Lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises, and the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mukano has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert or of such AVL recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my Lord, is that it will be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my Lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your Lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we had maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make. We shall abide by the decision of the court.
Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mkumalo?
My Lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg leave to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My Lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
They're not?
they are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial and in the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mohane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused 2 on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria Police Station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10 close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mohane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and begged to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Gininda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapatu at Moroga Police Station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuner with registration plate FV47LRGP, which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mohane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused 2 were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroga Police Station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused 2 was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, with accused, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C, the provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 66, Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in brackets. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in Section 160, subsection 1 in bracket are of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide compass, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R. versus Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination will be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, the object of re-examination is to, small letter A in bracket, clear up any point or a misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter B in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter C in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter E in bracket, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Oosthuizen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness and another, 1981, Volume 3, SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following. The reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop the common law, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J. A. R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 at 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. And I quote, "A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire, to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done." My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I have raised in my head of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intends to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave from the court to open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mokhane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions.
Okay. Any response, Mr. Baloyi? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mshololo.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no submissions, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Ngumazile makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or well, I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we're only dealing with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mokhane is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports, and Advocate Ngumazile on page 2 of his heads made the point on expert evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And my lord, in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expert evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, my lord, it's just merely a report that helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time. And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mokhane was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane is correct or not. Thank you very much.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes. You mean the issue is concerning the ruling I must make? As crystallized by the state, Sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed has so applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mokhano pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirement by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mokhano concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mokhano by Mr. Mgomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mokhano that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mokhano, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mgomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Sergeant Mokhano concedes, accused number 4, was transported in. Consequently, this piece of evidence, regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mokhano. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mgomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mokhano and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by Advocate for the state. He had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Ngomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he's entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence, if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, Du Toit, De Jager, Pijzers, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to Section 150, this is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed, and I dare say the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was heard on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Fori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired that in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigency. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity, and he's enjoined to protect the public interest, and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Makhano was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Makhano, namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuna SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Makhano is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them. And number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Ngumezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution, because he assists, as an investigating officer, the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says, because of that exigency, and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happen during cross-examination, and if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in the case because of logistical restraints, but because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regard the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2, SACR 179, GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just prove that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mgomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him, if the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mgomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, you mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mohano, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4? Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded or the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the owners reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And this is so because prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009, 1 SACR 540 C at 549 H to 550 A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995, 1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also C versus Sabisa, 1993, 2, SACR 52, 5, Transkei. And see also S versus Goma and others, 2, 1994, 2, SACR 182, C. But critically, this is what the DOIT says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the DOIT says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice if this court listens to the evidence of the AWVL system? Where's the prejudice to Mr. Tintansi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Ngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart as the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Ngomezulu?
No, I'm not aware, man.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumala. Conditions mentioned by courts as guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mokhano. The degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party, such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntasi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll quote it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvie Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 on the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act, this is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197, if it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Bloyd, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard, which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 198 at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that the court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But here, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mohano, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be heard? Is that evidence which Mr. Ngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Indaba belumayelana ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa ke uSergeant Mukhane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleli langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe ukuthi ke kulethe ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kunezinsolo ezibuya kuyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona yahamba yaya ngase Orlando ila ashaywa khona kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi nase Baragwana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphathu. Inkantolo ke ithi ke manje uma kubhekwa ke okuningi ke noma ke ibheka amacala amaningi ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani ke ukuthi ngabuvumela noma ingavumela yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo ukuthi lo bufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi ummeli kaMsola wokuqala nowesibili yena ke uadvocate Ngomezulu uma ebuza lo bufakazi uyena ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi nokuthi kungani umbuso eqaleni ungabuvezanga lo bufakazi. Umbuso uphenduleleke ngokuthi bona ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athinike kungenkathi ufakazi lona ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini nokuthi futhi ke lo bufakazi babuthole nge3 zika November kwakungolesihlanu nge3 zika November ngathi ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko kulecala ubrigadier uGininda ilapho ke asengidlulisela lokhona lobo bufakazi ebudlulisela kubona ke abameli lobufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo ke ubufakazi beAVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendelela ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo kule insolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona ke uthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa ke yaphumela eceleni yila ke manje esekungashiwa khona ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela ke ziyaphatheka ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso ke ekugcineni ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundileke wonke amacala lana ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani lobufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho. Ekugcineni ke inkantolo ukuthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokho inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli langa. Ngokusho kanjalo ke umehlulela uthatha isinqumo nomfinyelelo kwesinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lobo bekuthiwa beAVL abethulwe ke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo.
Biyale Sergeant. botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba latofatšwa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa. Ntate Baloi yena Mamotlhafurugo o eme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go kgoro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe bo tle bo kgone go theletšwa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bo thusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore Ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga bo tlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tše ding tšela tše leng gore di bese tše di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mabena le bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse le lena le sepetse tsona dilo tše fapafapaneng tše leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge e le gore lena botlhatsi ba lena bo tlo swanela gore bo theletšwe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore ke bo boswa bo e leng gore ga bo tlo thusha kgoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela Ntate Baloi irile le yena ga emelela a se a khopela kgoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore bo tlile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatšwa ba bobedi e be bona ba ileng gore ba le botša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore kgoro jwatše e rile ge re boya ka moraga gore kgoro e setše e be e rile re tšea nakonyana kgoro e re ge ke e tsopola kgoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo bohlokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga e le gore ke dilo tše e leng gore di botšišitšwe mo kgorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo šoma tulotshoko mo e leng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo šoma ntoueng parking yela Kruger National Park mo e leng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšeue gape kgoro e re go molato o mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setše molato o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore kgoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re theletše gore botlhatsi bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theleditšwe botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo kgoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatše bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e kgoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tšwela pele motšhotšhisa le botšiša dipotšišo ka bona lena le tšwele pele le arabe gore molato wo o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo fele ya be le gore molato wo o tšwelela pele. As the court pleases. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Baloi.
Please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnett was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students and physicians. Yes.
Yeah. You knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Umnyame Sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman, amazing. You know, the structure of a heart. You know, it took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation and the Greeks for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni can do that. Okay.
The state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Ngumezulu that he wants to play something on
record. Okay, yes, Mr. Ngumezulu.
God bless my lord. My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry
Yeah, fine.
to be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kininda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases.
Fine.
And my lord, further, I don't dictate what the state has, what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document. But we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th, and
So you want the bundle to
both
start from...
bundles to be
They must start from the 16th.
from the 16th, my lord.
Yes, okay. Mr. Baloyi.
Court, please.
As a court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that we...
What's that?
We can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord, and the...
Wait. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
Yes, it starts
Where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord. That
It starts on the
starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mzgumezo, you say you want it as from the 16th.
From the 16th.
You don't want the whole book.
Not
Maybe
the
we should give you the whole book.
Not, no. Because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
From the 16th onward, because
Onward.
our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloyi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as he says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, the bundle that we have starts. In fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
The 16th.
that covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring to.
What is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes.
You have it?
Yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
We will do that, my lord. But as I said,
But he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So
Yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version that we have put to the
it
witness,
starts on the 16th.
it starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding to the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
as a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June. If it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they're happy with that, my lord. We'll
Yeah,
then,
hand it over so that...
we'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
Starting from the 1st of June.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just ended up as Exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June, 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June, 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June, 2020.
14.
No, 16 June,
Yeah.
page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June, 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1-8.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June, 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page 43, covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
24 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, Manotas, it's time for the long adjournment. Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
Registration number of the vehicle that you are using on the 19th of June 2020 on records. Just